Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Tuesday, December the 9th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. William is gone today, so thank you, Sell with Luis. I just want to ask you guys can hear me, see my screen. Thank you, Todd. Anybody, and also RC Bremen. Thank you, thank you. I remember now. You used to do that all the time in our YouTube room. Let me know that you guys can hear me and see my screen. All right, guys. What is happening this morning? ATMC. So this is a SPAC gone wild. So they have approved their merger with HCYC. I don't know what these guys do. Insurance broker company. Okay, it's an insurance. Nothing that interesting. I would have thought in terms of why there's all this enthusiasm. But anyway, that is the reason for this ATMC. Sometimes, Interactive Brokers has shorts available for these SPACs. Unfortunately, none today for this one. That I'm sure. I mean, this is too enthusiastic, in my opinion, to be up like this. But anyway, there's the ATMC. I can't do anything about it. Yes. Good morning, Kumo. Good for you, paper trading. If you're new to trading, not just to trade ideas, but if you're new to trading, good for you, paper trading. That's the way to start. So what else is happening other than this one? Let's see, NCPL, I think this is just over $1. Yeah, just over $1. They trying to see if this news is co-enter asset purchase agreement with Rivets Core, SEC filing. A lot of volume, 32 million shares already, 4.8 million in the float. The next high is looking left around $1.30 or so. So there is some room, I suppose, but if it gets through $1.30, $1.68, next highs, looking left on the daily chart. Not saying it's going to get there, of course. Is ATM, is it halted also? I don't have my halt resumes. Yes, it is halted. Yes, I see that. Is it a news? Well, of course, it has to be a news halt. It is no volatility halts in the pre-market. So this is a news halt. Or, well, technically, this is a news halt. Alms. Where is Alms? ALM or ALM, not Alms, but you're doing the financing. Yeah, the financing is at 625, secondary price at 625. So a little bit above the financing price. Had a big day yesterday, and so trying to take advantage, I guess, of the inflated. Well, since a couple of weeks ago, the stock was around 536, so they're doing financing at 625. Alpha His in our YouTube room. Hello, hello. I see you. Yes. Guys, 10 years ago, when I was living in Boston, they had a store, and well, but you probably know, maybe, I don't know how in Boston you are, but there was a store, and I thought it was the most amazing technology I'd ever seen in my life. It was these 3D printers, and they were making things like if it's pouring the resident. They had huge printers, they had small printers, but they were making all these things. It was fascinating to watch. Where is this technology gone? I mean, here's Triple D, guys. I mean, this is like I don't hear about 3D printing again. Well, I haven't heard about 3D printing for years now. So anyway, they've done a $31 million financing, I guess. Stratasys was, I think, the leader in that technology. Let's take a look at what Stratasys is. Yeah, I mean, just doing absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. We don't do for our a forex here, Alpha. Yes, okay. You're asking about the Australian. Is that Australia and US dollar? Yeah, we do not. We do not do only stocks only. It's in our YouTube room. Great Ideas only scans for stocks and basically US stocks. Alex is a buyout, guys. They're going to go private, I believe. Yeah, they're going private, Alex. Trucks. Trucks. Yeah, this one secures up to $600 million in additional financing support for rare earths expansion. Okay, so that is your news for trucks, not Crocs, but trucks. A little bit of room in a monthly chart, 536 or so as the next high. Scans are active right now. These are all scans are active right now. What you're seeing is real-time alert, real-time in the pre-market. I do have a 9:30 layout that I put up in about 25 minutes, but this is all pre-market action. Yesterday's now I'd be watching WVE, guys. It's a little bit above yesterday's high. Well, at least it was. Yeah, it still is. The high yesterday was 1960, so it's a little bit above yesterday's high. Closed down here at 1853. This was the big one from yesterday. Had news, and so this could be a bit of a continuation play. And let's take a look. So their price target raised through $34 from 12. Again, doesn't mean it's going to get there, okay? But by Cantor Fitzgerald. Let's see if anybody else. I think there were a bunch of price targets. I don't know. Clear Street. Maintain a buy at Clear Street. Oh, how about this one? This Wainwright? No, this is Clear Street. So they're raising their price target to $47 from 22. You talking about these two? Yeah, this is part of my the pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down. Okay, right here. Pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down on my homepage. That I use every single day. Go to my homepage if you're looking for it. My homepage link. Scroll down. Right here, the scans section. Right here. Pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down. Now, if you load it, it's going to look like this. The grid format, you can keep it in grid format if you want. If you'd rather have it a presentation like this, you can just right-click and show tree map. Okay. What about NVDA? Well, let's see. Take a look from our YouTube room. What about NVDA? Yeah, nothing really happening. It's basically flat for the day. So I don't really, I don't trade NVIDIA. I don't trade stocks typically over $100, but 189 got down to 184. So yeah, I mean, nothing really happened. I don't see any news. I see, getting chip sales approval for chip sales to China. I guess that is some news for NVIDIA today. SNTI, this could be an interesting one. SNTI, except that it's pulled back from 4 down to 289. They say that the FDA has granted them their regenerative medicine advanced therapy designation, another acronym for their drug. I'm hearing SLM trading lower after Compass Point downgrades the stock from buy to sell and cuts its price target from 35 to 23. Morgan Stanley downgraded the stock from overweight to equal weight, lowered its price target from 36 to 31. So analysts are kind of piling into this one and downgrading it. That is SLM. Shortable for me, tons of shares available, 1.36 million. So keep an eye on that one later on. Okay, remember top wealth yesterday? Not so much top today, down 70%. TWG. Hopefully nobody held this one. Still halted. Yes, ATMC still halted. Halted due to additional information requested by NASDAQ. Mama mia. MAMA is an earnings play, I believe. MAMA is an earnings play. It is up 15%. Not a ton of volume yet. The volume will increase once the market comes up or 9:30 occurs. I'm sure that it's going to increase, of course. And Mama, wow, this is a lifetime high for Mama. Maxim is raising their price target to 20 from 16. Lake Street from 15 to 18. Davidson from 18 to 19. Roth from 13 to 15. Okay, so some analysts are excited, a little bit of excitement about Mama, MAMA. What do I think about VOR? I see it right here, again, from our YouTube room. Well, it's got room to run. The only reason I don't, I mean, it's had a pretty big pullback from almost 15 down to 10. So, a big pull in the pre-market. It's underneath the VWAP right now. So, certainly it has room to run. But, I mean, when you look, obviously, yeah, looking at the daily chart, it's got a ton of room to run. Just that big pullback is, I don't know, it might take a bunch. It's got a lot of volume, 16 million, 19 million in the float. I guess I don't know if this is their news, cut their stock option exercise price to $8.18 from when? Wow, 17.80. Okay. AFJK. Let's see what's happening with this one. AFJK. Ugly looking a 5-minute chart, guys. Shopping all around. Sure, yeah, what, a $34,000 promissory note to extend business combination deadline? Okay. What's a SPAC? Is this really a SPAC? Oh, it is a SPAC. Okay, blank check company. Okay. Be interesting to see where this one is going to open when it comes out of its news halt. ATMC. Virgin Galactic files to sell $45 million of common stock. Okay, well, putting a lot of downward pressure on SPCE. XCUR. I don't think I mentioned this one. Yeah, I know it's right up here. XCUR, XCUR. Presents top line data from its drug trial. A lot of volume. Yeah, look at that float. So, yeah, definitely one to watch through the 200-day moving average. On a monthly chart, let's take a look at a monthly chart. Yeah, so we're at 913 right now. The next high in a monthly chart is 950. Not a lot of room. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers for XCUR. DBI is an earnings play. There are a few earnings plays still, guys. I don't really, I guess technically, really don't get out of earnings season at all like we used to. So here is DBI, guys. Yeah, you just were talking about QCLS. I hear it also. QCLS, big pop here, volume coming in, relatively new trading a few months ago. You know what? No, it isn't. They're trying to spoof us here because look at the position lifetime range is way down here at 3.2%. So I guess it's symbol name change. I remember this now. A symbol name change from whatever it was before back in September. Looks like an IPO back here, but it is not. If there's any news on this one. Ah, okay. Are you kidding me? So they're appointing this guy, this Martin S., as the strategic advisor. Okay. And it's a low float, 4 million in the float. All right. Anything else? So the DBI, yeah, DBI is an earnings play. See what sort of room it has. DBI, designer brands. Not a lot, in my opinion, not a lot of room. Look at the monthly chart. Yeah, I thought you meant Mama, Stan. Yeah, there's Mama right there. All-time high for Mama. I mean, it's impressive, I guess, for a pretty cheap stock to be an all-time high. And another one, boy, the analysts are piling into this one. Craig Hallam now raising their target from 16 to 12, or from 12. A lot of analysts. Again, this is Interactive Brokers, my news headlines from Interactive Brokers. Okay, so look at all the different analysts. So they beat by a penny. EPS of 1 cent beats by three. Oh, so they must have been projecting a loss then, I guess. If 1 cent beats it by 3 cents, I guess they were looking at net, a 2 cent loss. Revenue of well, that's the reason. Look at the revenue, 47 million. Oh, beats by 4 million. Beats, not from 4 million. Okay. Well, anyway, I mean, it's better than losing money, I guess. Shortable for me also at Interactive Brokers, 500,000 shares available in case, just in case. The rebuy from yesterday, another one that was ripping higher. Just looking for again this is volume on this one, not a lot of volume for INDP. And I look left, and there's all sorts of areas where it could stall, in my opinion. All right. We had, let's see, the Dow was down yesterday, and SPY was down a little, and the Qs were down a little. Take a look at XLE. I always like to take a look at some of the major sectors. Where are they with respect to the 200-day moving average? Still above, of course, XLE. I just want to go quickly to XLP Staples. I think is the only one below. Yeah, and it's moving away again from the 200-day moving average. Take a look at financials. XLF. Yeah, a couple weeks ago, had a brush with the 200-day moving average a few days at the 200-day moving average, but still well above it. Materials used to be, whoa, materials. Okay, so now we've got two of them. So materials actually broke down below the 200-day moving average yesterday, closed down below it. So now we've got two of the major sectors below the 200-day. Take a look at healthcare. Healthcare was starting to drift. Yeah, healthcare was starting to drift down, still above it after months being below it, but starting to drift down a bit. When you say you mean like I multiple? You mean thumbnailing them? Like you just want to? I think all you have to do is this: is uncheck the symbol linking. Okay, so if you take, I'm assuming what you want is some thumbnail charts, like what I call thumbnail charts. You want to see? Yeah, yeah. Okay, so you have a chart, so you know how to duplicate your charts, right? So you have a chart, you can duplicate it, and then you have another one and another one. So all you have to do now is right click on the chart and go to properties and then uncheck the symbol linking. Uncheck the symbol linking. So for instance, here's my SPY chart. Okay, just uncheck the symbol linking. It's that simple. Okay, so when I click on a symbol, of course, SAIH, I've symbol linked these ones, but symbol linking is unchecked here. So that's why the SPY chart remains. Okay, that's all you have to do. Just right click on the chart, go down to properties, and uncheck symbol linking. And then you can have your little, you can have 10 charts in standard, 20 with premium. Well, you'd be chasing it. I mean, QCLS, I mean, you're chasing it right now. I don't trade usually in the first 15 minutes, just to let you know, IFIZI, IFIZI or FTSE or IFIZ. You challenge me on how to pronounce IFIZI. Anyway, um, yeah, so I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes anyway, but right now you'd be kind of in chase mode. Is the connection lost? Only if other people say the same thing, Miko. Have you guys lost connection? My mic is definitely on. Okay, so it's on your end, Miko. So do a refresh of some sort. But it's definitely watchable. Okay, I mean, it's pulling there. There's the VWAP. The VWAP is at 803 or so. Okay, right there. So it pulled into the VWAP, that purple line. Easy. Okay, easy. AEZ. AEZ. Okay, sounds it's kind of Italian. All right. Whoa, crept up on me, guys. Now I got to get my layout that I use once this market, my 9:30 layout. Give me one moment. I'm going to save my layout as always, even though I don't think I made any changes at all. Just good practice to do it. Okay, just save your layout. If I do it every day, you guys can do the same thing. Okay, guys, just give me a moment as I make some adjustments. All right, so here are the top six. I had the top 15 in the pre-market actors up on that other my other layout. These are the top six. I think I've talked about them all. Versus ATMC is still halted. We talked about Xcur, NCPL, Alex is a buyout, ATMV, and VOR. So these are the top six. Top six, as in the ones that are up the most from yesterday's close with the filters that I'm using. Okay, that's what that means. Again, for those of you who don't mind trading stocks, we're trading right around $1. This is still hanging over $1. NCPL still hanging over $1. Ton of volume. Actually, okay, I guess, well, whatever it's going to be, but I guess they have earnings tomorrow. Not that that's a big deal, I think, but they do have earnings tomorrow. Market is drifting down now, guys. Yeah, so it's drifting down. We're basically a little under yesterday's close, drifting down again. There's the SLM showing up here, guys. So SLM just making another new low, pre-market low, SLM. JP Morgan downgrading them, and this too familiar with Compass. I've seen them before, but I'm not too familiar with Compass Point. So this is, I mean, this is the reason, though. Okay, it's not just but this is why the analysts are downgrading. And I guess stock tumbling after Investor Day reveals slower EPS growth. So it's the reason, the financial reason why this is down, and then the analysts are piling onto them. Cowen lowering it from 30 to 35 from 40. So it will be no pressure, of course. William is not here today. So if you want to keep the room open after I leave, whatever time that is going to be this afternoon, go ahead. You don't have to, of course. But just to let you know, William is, excuse me, out for the day. All right, guys, we have less than a minute to the 9:30 open. Have a great trading day, everybody. I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. And there's just something I typically do not do. This is my go-to scan right here, my gap continuation or reversal scan. I'm not getting any alerts in this scan until at least 9:45, and that is by design. I put a delay. Getting any alerts in here until at least 9:45 doesn't mean we'll get one at 9:45, but so that's what I watch all day long. My gap continuation or reversal. This over here, the compare this upside versus downside. This will give us something to look at all day. All right, we are now open. So there's ONDS. This was a flyer. In fact, isn't this is the trade of the week? I think. Too bad. triggered yesterday. You would have made money. I mean, if you'd taken it at the trigger price, but hopefully, but it looks pretty weak right now. ONDS. Go go. Oh, wait a minute. How about key here? Just looking at these are all real time alerts you're seeing here. Okay, so another way of displaying our data. So here's key. This is not an earnings play. Okay, wanted to see if it was an earnings play. The CEO says we're pretty closely aligned on the most important themes of the investor report. Okay. Ah, let's see what's happening here. Remember, so these are the guys trying to buy. Not they're trying to buy Warner Brothers. Okay, so they had a big move yesterday. They put in a rival bid for Warner Brothers, surpassing a Netflix bid by I think a couple of dollars. Netflix deal gets a thumbs down. The Warner deal math is worrying the market. Okay. You guys, give me a moment. I will be right back. Okay. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Back. And we have some halts now. So the WBY, W buy halted on the way down. QCLS halted on the way down. Well, there's your another SPAC halted on the way up. And this is the warrant. Wow, here's a big pharma, guys. Pharma on the move. Big month last month. Turn TERN, and nice move now. And that's proposed offering a $400 million offering of 400 million of stock. Typically, that's not what happens when you get an announcement like that. But I guess shareholders are okay with it. Again, it is early. Shortable for me. Also, 1 million shares available at Interactive Brokers. See what is Bitcoin doing? Bitcoin's hanging around the 90,000 mark. Trox on the move here, guys. Trox, TROX on the move. Challenging 5. I remember what I saw about that one in terms of room. Coming into the 200-day moving average, though. Also, 497 is the 200-day moving average. That blue line on my daily chart is the 200-day. That could act as resistance. The next high in a monthly chart, pretty close, It's 527. That's the next high on the monthly chart. So For me, it just doesn't have enough room, even if it takes out that 200 day. SPY, okay. Well, remember the last few days we've had at the beginning of the day, the SPY has been just moving down. Little bit of a change today, maybe. A little bit of a pop here now. Now, I may be completely wrong about this one. I mean, it's look like it's it really wants to get through that 200-day moving average, securing up to $600 million in conditional financing support for rare earths expansion. That is the news for TROX, TROX. Yeah, you mentioned Ollie. Ollie's bargain. This is an earnings play. Yeah, Ollie is an earnings play. OLLI. Out of the price range I typically trade, but yeah, nice. Well, nice. I mean, it's trying to come back to we're trying to get flat anyway. Still down a dollar. There's the 200-day moving average up here, 121. Now, again, I might be wrong about the trucks. I mean, it may just continue to go. I mean, it is now through the 200-day moving average. There's trucks right here. I didn't like the monthly high. That's fairly close, but it may not matter. Right there, that's the monthly high, 527. We're at 512 right now. If it does take that out, then the next monthly high is 6. Where's the weekly high? Yeah, that weekly high is the same as that monthly high. And then that weekly high is the same as that monthly high. So, I mean, there is room if it can maintain over 5 and they get through that 527, I suppose. Okay, so QCLS came out of its halt and moved down. So, well, that's why we wait. That's why somebody asked, if Feezy asked about this one. I said, well, you'd be in chase mode now or up here. But look at this. It's completely given it up. The next low right down there, will this hold at 546? No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. And it just got halted again on the way down. So hopefully nobody chased this one early. Yeah, NCPL just got halted too. NCPL. Wow, what a move from $1 to $1.40. What a move. And the next high in the daily chart is 167. So let me show you this blue screen here, blue window. This has nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? This is my time and sales from Interactive Brokers. This shows the halt price. This is, you can't see the symbol, but it is NCPL, halted at 140. This column trying to tell you maybe where it could open. Halts are typically, if you're not used to what halts and resumes are, halts are typically 5 minutes long. Okay, it's called a volatility halt. Simple definition: stock moved too fast in a short period of time. That's a simple definition. And so the stock gets halted, program kicks in, halts it, sort of a bit of a pause, and then 5 minutes later, it'll open this column again. I'm going to show you where it could open. So if you're in this one right now, of course, you want a number in this column above that current halt price. Yeah, if easy, sometimes the best trades are the no trades, you know. Okay, keep an eye on the WVE, guys. WVE. It is still above yesterday's high. Yeah, yesterday's high was 1960, so it's still above it a little bit. Had a big day yesterday. Had news yesterday. A lot of analysts are putting some pretty lofty price targets on it. But it is early for me. I like to see it. Let's see, it can hold 20. Actually, in the pre-market, it did get up to 21 approximately. I'm going to put a price alert there, see if it takes it out later. All right, guys, Trox, Trox. If you have our AI, you know why I'm talking about it. I'm going to get close to 523. Price alert up in this area. See if it can get through that area again, and maybe have a run. Maybe it takes out 523 like nothing. Guys, I'm just watching the Trox like hawk here. I want to see if it maintains that 5 level. Just wish this 523 weren't here, right there, or 527. I don't think I saw this one in the pre-market. GIPR, next high looking left is 134. Not bad in terms of a percentage, but potential percentage move, guys. And there it goes. Shoot, I missed it. This is from our AI also. Now that red line you see here, the purple line, that is the next high on the daily chart. If I expanded this daily chart somewhere, and that is, so that could be a little resistance area, 121. All right, NCPL resumed, and it resumed higher, guys, and starting to really run again. The next high, 168 on the daily chart. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. As it runs out of steam, guys, Trox. Can it get through 527? Held 5 nicely. WVE just completely gave it up. Okay. I had that price alert at behind the pre-market, didn't even come close. So WVE is really starting to sell off. All right, we have some, and there it is. There's the WVE as a gap up and reverse. Let's see. Secondary. Where? I don't see the secondary announcement yet, Madam. I don't see that yet. I'm not. Yeah, you know what? Took myself out of the trucks basically flat, guys. I was hoping it would get through the 527, but did not do it. So I'm out of the trucks basically flat. I'll look at it again. Wow, WVE, I don't see the financing. Was it made yesterday? I didn't see that. Okay. I mean, I see, are you talking about this? The 93,000, this 93,000 shares. This was yesterday though, right? So, yeah. At any rate, unfortunately, I didn't get it, but there's the WVE. 1887 was the alert, 1830 now. And this was, to me, this was my major disappointment yesterday. I was really hoping this thing would absolutely rip. And it ripped in the pre-market, fell all a day. I didn't take it, but I was, this was one I was really thinking could maybe do an SMX or a TGL. Not even close. Funny, I don't see that here on, I wonder if our news has it. No. But it's funny if it's at 4 p.m. I mean, it didn't affect it at all this morning in the pre-market. The pre-market was, look like it was going to have a nice continuation. Okay, trucks back up again, guys. I will look at it if it takes up that 527 again. Meanwhile, we have PHR, another one moving down. And this is this an earnings play? It is not an earnings play. All right, risky business. ATMV is a gap up and go. Okay, this is one of these SPACs. Now, Alpha. Give me a moment, guys. ATMC. Okay, I understand now. Well, there's the VOR. You asked about Alpha His about the VOR. Yeah, no, moving down here. Oh, what a short that would have been. Can't believe I didn't take it. Oh my gosh, give me a moment. Thank goodness my coffee lid was securely fashioned. Otherwise, would have been disaster. Boy, some great shorts. I'm alive. Yeah. All right, I might take one of these. I mean, this STAA is gap up and reversal play. Not very much. Wow, it's not. I'm going to go over the scan. Remember now, I have the don't repeat version of it. So this is what I'm really focused on. This just keeps telling me, when the stock is still moving. This tells me the first time we had the alert. And we're going to go over all this in about 9 minutes at 10 o'clock Eastern time. So if you're interested in the scans that I've got, I have more. I am sharing more than what you can see here. But this is all I look at, though. Now there's the VWAP. That's my problem. The VWAP. I'd like to take this short of STAA, but the VWAP is that's fairly close. That could act as support. Oh, this one. What a two awesome shorts to start off with. PHR and the WVE. These are gap down and goes. This is so actually this is an earnings play. This actually is an earnings play. They released after hours yesterday, so this is an earnings play. PHR. And just getting thumped down on earnings. All right, guys. Well, STAA. Go. I just want to see. I'd love to see this break down through this VWAP area. So far, this has been the short of the day. PHR straight down. No jog up at all. Well, the short of the day of things that I've seen. I mean, there might be something else out there, but okay. Now let's see if it holds underneath 16. Okay, GPK, a ton of room. Look at this room, 16, 17, 16, 15. So has a ton of room. This is a gap down and reversal play. So saw gap down and trying to reverse. Okay. Reversal will probably work a lot better when you have the market on your side. Right now we do. Okay. So the Qs are down a little, SPY's up a little, and the Dow's up. But I'm seeing a lot of potential short well, CMCT. Let's take a look at CMCT. All right, guys. I've had to deal a little bit with the spread of STAA, but I did take the short. Um, I used Interactive Brokers midpoint. Let's see if this works. Now the spread's okay. 2 cents, 66.68. It's just a little, it's right at the VWAP though. It's right at it. I'm taking a bit of a risk that the VWAP might hold it, but I just looked left and all that room it's got underneath on the daily chart. So here's that. This is not shortable for me. TGL, not shortable for me. Interactive Brokers. This is this ugly one, TGL. Look what it did yesterday. Got all the way up to $58, closed down here at 19. This is his top, or Treasure Global. Sorry, not this is a Treasure Global, not the top wealth. Boy, some of these high flyers from yesterday just getting clobbered now. This one, W buy down 50%. All right. Well, I'm not. This is not going to be a rocket ship or anything, but let's see. Just wanted to inch down a little bit more. STAA. Trox is still looking interesting to me. If it gets through that 527 area, Cron. Didn't see this into the pre-market. What sort of room does it have? Well, if you look at a monthly chart, no room. I mean, the next high is 280. All right, guys, it's 9:58. So what I'm going to do now is go over my homepage. You're going to see all the scans, all the information, not just scans, but races, compare count windows. That's what this is. Everything that I'm currently sharing. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. At the very top, here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, okay? You can use this code, you'll get 15% off all the plans. The 2 monthly plans, standard and premium, and the 2 annual plans, standard and premium. Remember, if you take out a monthly subscription, the discount is good for the first month only. Now, while I ask if you're going to take out a subscription at some time in the future, please use my code. It helps to keep these rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room, and then for those of you on YouTube, there is another room. It's free also. A lot more action in this room. So if you're in there, and if you're in YouTube right now, you can stay there, of course. But if you're looking for a little more activity, interaction amongst other traders, you can come into this room called the trading room. It's free also. Okay. Now, the format of all this room, the trading room, gets open at around 6:45, 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Obi does it in the this room. I open YouTube around 8:30, and I get on the mic for both of them at 9 o'clock. So why don't I open this room at 6:45? Because I live in Vancouver, Canada, and a little early for me. That'd be 3:45 my time. So anyway, Obi opens the room at 6:45. Now I usually leave sometime between 2 and 2:30 Eastern time. I'll always stay later though if you have questions. But when I leave, now usually it's William in this room, the trading room, who keeps it open later. He's not here today. So again, if you want to keep the room open later, Obi, you can. No, you don't have to, of course. And usually, if William is here, he usually keeps the room open until about 3:45. Now, you take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. The first thing you must do, you go to that click on my homepage link, go to the education section, the more info. Okay. And right here, getting started with trade ideas. That's the first thing you must do. I'll ship you a case of Moosehead, okay, Obi? Getting started with trade ideas. That's the first thing you must do. And if you don't have trade ideas, but you're wondering about trade ideas, this is what I would do. I would start off with the second video. There are 12 videos, okay? They're very short. And I would start off with the second one and go to the end. That should give you a good enough idea about whether or not you'd like to try us for at least a month, just to see what the program is like, okay? That's what I would do. Back to basics. If you are new to trading, this is for you, a free series of videos if you are new to trading, okay? There are 15 of them. I always forget to do this. Keep scrolling down. Whoops, not here. Sorry. Give me a moment. So if you're on my homepage, you can scroll down to the bottom here and you can sign up for the trade of the week. The trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. If you check those two folders and you don't see it there, then contact us and we'll try to figure out why you're not getting it. Okay. And again, it is free. Okay. Now, looking at my scan. So if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, just scroll down and here is what I'm sharing. Now, they're not all scans. So for instance, this is a race, the large cap gainers, and this is another race. This is the biggest gainers. So this large cap, and this is just wide open, okay? This race can be very volatile. This is the movers to the upside versus the movers to the downside. Basically, you're taking two competing scans and running them off against each other. They'll both have similar filters, price ranges, minimum volume, things like that. And then looking for stocks making new highs versus stocks making new lows. And these are all real-time alerts you're seeing. Obviously, the new lows are in red, new highs are in green. Just another way of presenting our data. Pre-market actives up and down. This is what I use in the pre-market. And this is my really my go-to scan now, my gap continuation or reversal right here. And as I say, I've got the don't repeat version so I can see what time and what was the price of the first alert in here. All right, STAAA starting to work nicely for me on the short side. I do have a couple other scans here. I've got a momentum scan and I've got Pepe's combo scan. I do not have them up and running. Doesn't mean they're bad. It just means I'm trying to concentrate just on these two and especially this one. But you can take a look at them. And the Halts resumes is down here. So if you have any questions, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you have questions, you can ask me questions all day long. You know, don't be shy. Seriously, don't be shy if you have questions, okay? Now, if you have an accounting type question, I probably can't answer. In fact, almost for sure, I don't have access to your accounts, but I can direct you to people who do. So just a word about this scan you're seeing here, the gap continuation or reversal scan. The way I like it a lot, gives me all sorts of different opportunities to either short, go long, play reversals, okay? And it's called a multi-strategy window. That's why it is an M in the upper left-hand corner. And the typical use of a multi-strategy window, if you only have one monitor and you've got several alert windows on your monitor and you'd like to amass them into one window, you can do that. That's what, now I don't have that problem. I have three big monitors, but I do like to put similar scans into a multi-strategy window. And here they are. If I right click on it and I hover over strategies, these are just individual alert windows like that, not this one, but these are just alert windows. So there's a gap up and go, stock gapped up, and at the time of the alert, it made a new high, gap down and reverse, stock gapped down and started to reverse, gap up and reverse, gapped up, started to reverse, and a gap down and go. It gapped down, and at the time of the alert, it was making a new low. Now, obviously, the direction doesn't necessarily have to keep going in this direction. When you get the alert, this is what was happening at the time of the alert. It doesn't mean it's going to keep going down, for instance, in the gap down and go, or the gap up and go, or it's going to keep reversing. But I want to see them. Look at this STAA. This is turning into a very nice short for me now. And that was a gap up and reverse. It gapped up and started to reverse. So if you're a reversal, if you like to play reverses, you can uncheck whatever you don't want to see. So if you don't want to see, you just want to see reversals, here you go. You can just uncheck the other two, the gap up and go and the gap down and go. If you only want to now, if you only want to go long, the gap up and go and the gap down and reversals, these are long ideas. But you know what? A gap down and go could turn into a long later on. Stock could gap down and then it could keep going down, and then maybe it finds a base and starts to move higher. Okay, so I like to use this like a watch list all day long. This just basically generates a nice watch list for me all day long. And if you want to know how to create the don't repeat version of this, just let me know. Okay, I don't have it; it's not on my homepage, but it's simple to create. And remember, if you load my scans right now, for instance, if you loaded this gap continuation scan, you will not see everything that happened from 9:45 on. I have a delay. Okay, I put a delay. I did not want to see any alerts until at least until 9:45. Doesn't mean we'll get one at 9:45, but you can see we did get them. We did get some at 9:45. Okay. Well, the idea of looking at the stocks in the pre-market, Fizzy, is just to maybe track the ones that are active. It doesn't. I don't take them in just because the stock is active in the pre-market doesn't mean the minute the market opens, I'm going to take the trade. It's just that I do want to know what ones were really active, and then a lot of times what I'll do is what you don't see on my other monitor, I have some trade ideas charts, okay, that are what I call thumbnailed with some of the symbols that I looked at in the pre-market that I'm wondering about once the market opens. This was not one of them. STAA was not one of them, and didn't see this in the pre-market at all. But it came in my again. It came in this scan right there at 2690 at 950. So you heard me talking about it. I was a little concerned about the VWAP, but I took it right a little bit above it. So I don't know what sort of trading experience you have, but I mean, every stock is going to be different. I mean, a lot of times, what I'm really looking at is how much room, if I'm going to take a trade, how much room if I take a short, for instance, how much room does it have before it hits that next low? Well, obviously, it's got a ton of room. Yesterday's low was 23.31, so it's got a ton of room. I don't have to worry about the chart blocking it from moving down. It doesn't mean it's going to get there, of course, but and then the same thing, if I'm looking to take a long on something, I'm looking left to see where could it go before it hits that next high in the daily chart. If I can't see the next high in the daily chart, then I look at my weekly. And if I can't see it on the weekly, I look at my monthly. I'm doing this all pretty quickly. It's a great move, Harpreet, yeah, for the NCPL. I just have this little bias about the stocks right around the $1 mark, but boy, what a fantastic, it's 70% off that $1 mark, up 152%. But So, looking at this, had I been a little more aggressive, there's the VWAP. You can see that purple line. So, on this, it moved down into the VWAP. Wonder if that was after the halt, and it looked like the VWAP is going to hold it. So, argument can be made. You can take it right around, just a little above. And you put your stop just below the VWAP. So remember, this program is called Trade Ideas. Okay, it generates ideas based on these are the ideas that I want to see, but obviously not every idea is tradable for me. And you can create your own scans with your own ideas. Your ideas meaning, okay, I like this sort of price range to trade. I want this to be a minimum volume that I look at. I want maybe to be up from yesterday's close, 5%, or down from yesterday's close, 5%. You can create your own scans based on your trading requirements. Or you can take my scans, you can modify them. Modifying them meaning, sometimes you look at these scans, they have a certain price range that I like to look at. Maybe that won't be the price range you want. Maybe you want something else. See, I'm glad I got out of the trucks. Remember, it was something that I didn't love it because of the that high looking left was 527. I didn't love it, but I thought, okay, it's coming from our AI, and it's obviously very active. But what did it actually get to? We would have got to 525, and that high looking left on that monthly chart is 527. So you can see on the weekly chart right there, 527. So you can see that's what blocked it so far anyway, and and now it's really starting to fade. Should have shorted this one. Should have turned around and shorted this one. There's a lot of shares available. 3 million, over 3 million available to short. Took out the VWAP right there, $5. Okay. Now, wildness now, guys. TGL. I wonder if this is going to get halted. It's going to get halted, I bet. Maybe not. Maybe not. Okay. The thread was a penny, which is almost impossible for this stock. Very low float, crazy low float, 830,000 in the float, very low float. Remember, this got up to, $59 yesterday, but believe it or not, got up to $80 after hours on Friday. I think it's going to do the same thing, but well, there's the close of yesterday. Okay, so let's for fun put a price alert at the close of yesterday, which is 1976, and it got right there. You can see what it did. It got to 19. Well, not quite there, but to 1934. Let's see if it takes out the close of yesterday. Again, this is highly risky with the float. And again, look what happened yesterday. Got up to $59 or so, and it closed down at 20. It just basically sold off all day long. Here's an earnings play, guys. This is Sports Academy Sports and Outdoors. ASO is an earnings play. ASO is an earnings play. It's a good earnings play. It's up 7%. It's not a high float either. I mean, 65 million, not low, but it's certainly not high. All right, guys. Let's see what else is happening here. So ZGN. Let's see what's happening with this one. ZGN. Too bad. I'd love to take this one, but it's too close to that whole number of 10, psychological number for me. So if we're underneath 10, you're a little more interested in it. So this one from our AI did not take it, but getting close. If you took the GIPR, 133 is the next high looking left, probably on the weekly chart. Yeah. So if we can take that out though, 165 is your next high. So if you're in this right now from our AI, you got to be aware of that 132, 134 area. But if it takes that out, then the next high is quite a piece away, 166. Boy, this was one heck of a gap up and go. Well, for a while anyway. Oh, I see. It just got halted on the way down. AFJK just got halted on the way down, I guess, or resumed. Excuse me. The top, boy, it popped up to 17 something, and then I mean, these are, obviously with the float, 4 million in the float. I haven't done my cul-de-sac explanation. We talked about that for a long time, or analogy, I guess. Don't get too many float questions, though. What is the float? Why is it important? And halted now on the way up again. Why is the float important? Okay. So look at AFJK. Look what it's up, 119%. How can that happen? How can that happen? Because the float is so low, 4 million in the float. Okay. So what is the float? The float, if you take the definition would be if you take all the shares that are outstanding in a company, then you start like in a typical company, like say Apple or Microsoft, the big guys. So they have a bunch of shares outstanding, but then you start subtracting what the C-suiters own, the CEOs, the COO, big mutual funds, etc., because those shares, in theory, cannot be traded on a daily basis. Okay, so the float is the number of shares that can be traded on a daily basis. So again, when you look at Apple, I always pick on Apple, but Apple's got 14 billion in the float. So for Apple, the stock, to make a big move, it's going to have something really extraordinary to be like earnings surprise or some news out of nowhere. Because I mean, Apple's not going to move 100%. A good move in Apple probably is like 4 or 5% with that sort of a float because there's so many shares outstanding. And so when we get back to here, the AFJK, See how low that number is, 4 million. So what do I consider a low float? For me, well, it used to be anything under 20 million, okay? Used to be what I would consider a low float. And everybody's going to have a different idea. For instance, if you trade Apple, if you're an Apple trader that has 14 billion in the float, you would probably consider some stock that or a company that has, let's say, 100 million in the float as a low float, okay? So it really depends on what you're used to trading. But certainly 4 million is low. So look at it this way. I'm going to use my cul-de-sac analogy and why the float is so important. Important in understanding why a stock can move like this, be up 119%, but also the perils, because once the interest subsides, it can drop very quickly. Okay, so that's why you've got to be pretty careful when you're playing a low floater. So my cul-de-sac. So let's say you're in a cul-de-sac with 50 homes in it, and you want to sell your home, and you're the only one wanting to sell your home in that cul-de-sac, okay? And you're listing it for, say, $500,000. And for whatever reason, there's a feeding frenzy on your home. You've got a whole bunch of buyers looking to buy your home. You're the only one in the cul-de-sac wanting to sell. And so you've listed it for 500,000, but you've got 10 interested buyers, and so all of a sudden a bidding war, some 550, 600, 700, 800, and you just sit there and watch. And eventually, you hopefully you get the highest bidder. So for whatever reason, maybe, one of these people who are bidding knows that has inside information that cul-de-sac is going to be rezoned or something, and all these properties are going to be worth a lot more. Who knows? Okay. So that's what can happen. And, that it's a real estate analogy, but, we used to see that a lot. But so you sit there, and that's the same thing with a stock. The supply, the 4 million, is very low. Okay, that's the float. The supply of homes available to sell in the cul-de-sac is obviously very low, only 1 in 50. And then for whatever reason, there's enthusiasm for the home or for the stock. Could be a press release that's come out. It could be some group somewhere that decides they pile into the stock, and it becomes a feeding frenzy. And because it's such a low number in the float, that's why a stock can be up 119%. Okay. But now the flip side, you want to sell your home in that cul-de-sac and you list it, but then all of a sudden you list it for 500,000, but then your neighbor decides, yeah, I want to sell too, and lists it for 475. And then your other neighbor decides he wants to sell also, lists it for 450. And there's no enthusiasm. Nobody wants to buy, not at those prices. Okay. And so what happens is if you really, really want to sell, you have to keep lowering your price underneath your competitors, your neighbors. And eventually, you'll probably get a nibble, but it won't be what you want, at least what you initially wanted. So it's the same thing. If all of a sudden the volume and the enthusiasm dries up, you can see a big drop in the price, okay? Because there's no more enthusiasm, and that's why looking at volume for me is very important. Now, it's sort of an obvious thing, but volume indicates enthusiasm. There's when the volume all of a sudden stops, and you can see right here, I mean, this was up to what, $18. The volume has dropped. Now the stock is down to 15. That's a $3 swing, just like that. Now we're seeing situations where we never used to see before, where floats were. Now, it doesn't mean I only look at low float situations. I mean, this was a nice move. I mean, has 116 million in the float. This was a nice move early. I mean, that's a big move with that sort of a float. It's not that I zero in, but most of the time, stocks that are moving, have got a fairly high float or a low float. It's exactly supply and demand. That's exactly what it is. Uh, High supply, Apple, unless the demand is extraordinary, it's not going to move the stock that much. Low supply, and for whatever reason, high demand, it's going to move the stock. And that's why relative volume with a filter called relative volume, which is really key. Relative volume, see the 27 for 26.98 for Trox right now. That means it's trading. It's time dependent. It's trading 26 times normal up to this time of day. Time of day right now is almost 10:30. There was not, Lucas, in terms of adding an icon. There'd be so many. I mean, which I know what you mean, and I know there. But I mean, look, here's STAA. Look at all from Interactive Brokers anyway. If you had an icon, sure, there's news, 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 news. You know, like, but what is the important news, if you will? So sure, you could we maybe down the road. I mean, I know it's been asked. I mean, in theory, you'd have a news icon for every stock, every single day. And then you might say, "Well, yeah, but I only want the news that's moving it." Well, how do you actually, determine that? Again, low float. Now that's a crazy low float, 830,000 in the float. Okay, this is a relatively new phenomenon. Okay, we never used to see floats of under a million shares. Never, never, never. But over the last couple of years, we're seeing these floats, crazy, crazy. I call them crazy low floaters. And why is it this low? Because you have to look up, because these companies have done reverse splits. Typically, a company does a reverse split when their stock price is under a dollar and they want to try to maintain their NASDAQ listing. So they do what's called a reverse split, which increases the share price by a certain ratio and decreases the number of shares outstanding by that same ratio. So when you multiply the shares outstanding times the new share price, it's the same market cap as before. Hey guys, I'll be right back, okay? Keep an eye on that TGL taking out 20. Guys, I'm back. I'm back. Ah, son of that was a bad break for me. Jeez, a bad break. Well, it wasn't a break. I had to do something, and now it's popped over 21 or 2084. I was looking to take this over 20, but it's so now look at the potential open here. So it's halted at 2084, the TGL halted at 2084. No big clue as to where it's going to open. No, you mean the stock composite rating number? Are you talking about that unusual tech? The sentiment score, where are you seeing that? Is that it might have another name, stock composite rating? Is that what you're talking about? Well, there's no news today on the TGL. It started on Friday. I can't even remember what the news was, but it started on Friday. Okay. I can't remember what it's just a it may not have even had any news. It's possible it had some news. Sometimes these things just, you look for news and you don't see anything. It's just some group somewhere in the world got a hold of this and deciding to pump it. And all we try to do is, try to piggyback for a while. Oh, I see. No, we don't have. I can't tell you. So, I mean, this is my IB. I don't. I mean, this is. I don't know that there's a sentiment scoring system. In IB there is. I didn't know that, if there is. Okay, no, I don't know that. Should have flipped the script on the Trox though. Boy, that was a nice short after it failed at 5. Mama, okay, I might have to short Mama, guys. Sorry, Mama. Um, this is an earnings play. It is up 17%, so it's strong, but I want to see if it takes out 13 again. This would be a gap up and reversal. Look to the right. Where? Oh, the rank? Is that the rank? Is that what you mean? Oh, I see. Okay. I didn't even never even noticed that. So so obviously the higher the number, the more relevant. Is that what they're trying to say? Can it go above 1? I see 1 on the Mama with the earnings report. As opposed to this one where it says just not available. TGL, and that's got nothing to do with TGL. Mama's in here for some reason, but so TGL has nothing, not available. So some of these ones probably have no. There's no rhyme or reason. Okay, so this is TradeWave. Okay, good question, and I have been using this several months now. This is part of our standard service. Okay, so it's called TradeWave, and just give me one moment. So how I've been using it is it helps me to keep in a trade a lot longer than I ever used to. And by following the wave down, okay. Now you can it's not so much about seeing the sell flag or a buy flag for me. It's if I click on an alert and I like what I see, and then I want to just basically, if I were short this one, I'd be following this all the way down, not getting out my entire position. But I'm jumping the gun. If you want to have it on your chart, the first I'm going to demonstrate on the daily chart because I don't have it on my daily chart. Okay. So the first thing you have to do, and again, this is part of the standard service, right click, and you have to check use browser interface. If it's already checked, don't uncheck it. Okay. If it's already checked, then forget that. Just keep it checked. See how I've once I checked it, the wave shows up. Okay. But that's because I've done this before. For you guys, if you've never enacted the wave before, when you right click and you check use browser interface, you should get these icons on the top of your chart. Okay. There's a little anchor to the left of that anchor. It's the indicators. Okay. It's the icon that says indicators. And when you click on indicators, one of the options is trade wave. And this is a toggle on and off because if I click on it now, the wave will go away. See how the wave goes away? So I click on it again and trade wave, and the wave comes back. Okay. So that's how you can enact the wave on any chart. Now, for some of you, if you depends on the version of trade ideas you have, you may see FX at the top, FX, in which case you'd click on that. And that's an older version of trade ideas. Now, if you don't see these icons at all, so when you right click and you click on use browser interface, if you don't see the icons at all, that means your chart is too small. See how if I shrink this chart up, it's too small. So you have to make sure the chart is of sufficient size in order for you to see these, okay? Now you don't once you do it, you can get the chart back to whatever size you want, but you have to be able to see these icons. So are we good so far? Kumo and anybody else who's interested? If not, just tell me, I'll do it again. So the wave for me has been a big, it's a visual help for me. Okay. It's just a big visual help for me. I used to be somebody who gets, like most people, get a little jumpy about, keeping in trades. The classic question is, well, how do I know when to get out? Or, well, the wave is helping me to keep in a trade way longer than I ever used to. The orange right here. I mean, I'm not in this Trox short, but the orange is signifying a weaker trend. Blue, you can see what happened. Blue was a strong trend, and then it transitioned to orange. Okay, so if I had taken this, underneath the VWAP, I would still be in this. From 491 down to all the way down to 438. Now, if it starts to, for me, this is how I'm using it. If I start to see, these bars maybe piercing into the wave a little bit, or even getting above, like the top. Let's see if I can find one. I can't really find one. If that candle, that bar right there had pierced above the top of the wave, I would take some off. Okay. Not get out of my entire position because that's what I used to do, get out of my entire position. But I would take some off, and then that allows me to keep holding because who knows, maybe this drops another 20 or 30 cents. And that's how I'm using it. It's not so much seeing the sell flag or a buy flag to tell me to buy or sell. I mean, if I happen to click on an alert and the sell flag is close, sure, that's great. Now, if you're interested in a more sort of detailed explanation, if you click on new from the toolbar, click on new from the toolbar, and then click on docked channel bar. Docked channel bar. Okay? Not channel bar, but docked channel bar. And then you click on Ripsters Rippers. Yeah, now, first of all, these are all theme-based channels that people can take a look at. Okay, you click on the show more. These are all theme-based channels. So, I'm sharing a lot of my scans, but the TGL and killing me. Not in it. I mean, it's volatile, but anyway, Ripster Rippers. Okay, Ripster Rippers. Click on that, and when you do that, your video is going to pop up. Okay, and it should launch immediately. Now, if you hear it but you cannot see this, okay, it may be tucked in behind, depending on this popped up on another monitor. Okay, so it may be behind the channel. Okay, it may be behind it. Okay, And so this video, though, goes into a great, nice, detailed explanation about what the trade wave is all about. Okay, so you can look at that video, and again, it's part of our standard service. Okay, you don't have to. It's not an add-on or anything like that. It's part of the standard service. Thank you, Monica. So EGNX is okay with IB. Okay, so this is a gap down and reversal play for Cal. This is an earnings play for Cal, CAL. Give me a moment. Guys, give me a moment and an Amazon delivery. So I'm just going to greet the guy. I'll be right back, okay? All right, guys, I'm back. Yeah, I'm in a gated community. So, yeah, so I have to open the gate for the Amazon driver. All right, where was I? I think I was, well, this one, this another nice gap down and reversal play. 1452. No, 747. Actually, it hasn't moved that much. That's why I like to see this a don't repeat version. So I can kind of go back in time and say, okay, what happened from that first alert? Has it moved? Is it moved in the direction that I thought it might? Or maybe it's reversing, from that direction. So I like a BEKE. So again, 945 was the alert, a gap down and go, 1617. But right now, this could turn it. That's why I'm saying, even if you don't want to short, you could be looking at this and going, okay, well, you know what? 1617 moved a little bit. It didn't really move down much from there. And look, the little buy flag now showing up. Okay. And you might look at this and go, you know what? I may go long. However, I would absolutely wait for the VWAP to break, which is that purple line, if I were going to go long this. But it's another way to look at it. Doesn't Just because it's a suggestion to short this, it doesn't mean it can't turn into a long later on. So again, this is a gap down in reverse, 1214. Has it moved much? No, not really, but it could. Later on it could. I mean, there's room. I mean, 1368 is wow. It's a lot of room, but it's an earnings play. It got hit down on earnings. Always have to, remember that. I mean, there's a reason why this is down, and it's because the reaction to its earnings release is not good, and that's the CAL. Caleres tumbles after tariff impact and acquisition integration headwinds clip profits. There you go. That's the news. Interesting that now you're pointing out the rank here. Nothing, not available. Wonder why. That to me looked like fairly significant news. Okay, Mama. You know what? I'd love to short it, but guess what? Look at the spread: 1276, 1312. It basically they're trying to make it hard to get enthusiastic about this. I mean, it may tumble from 1276, but when I see a spread like you see now, the spread is tightening, but doesn't mean that the next second it could widen again. I have not seen OCG, so you guys, I know you guys have been talking about OCG. I wonder why I haven't seen it. OCG, yeah. So here coming into a resistance area, that red line or purple line, that's the next high looking left. I expanded this daily chart way back. I would see it someday, and and so right there is around 530 or so. Uh, Pretty low float. It's not crazy low. It's about 20 million in the float. Not crazy low. And I don't see any news on it. Nothing. That's what I mean. Some of these things move and you can't see anything. If William were here, I'd be asking him, and he would probably say he's got a new service, and it would probably say just a momentum mover. There's no specific news for it, but we've seen this act before with this OCG. I mean, this is nothing new for it. If it were a bio, yes, or yeah, you're right, Barry. Other companies also, but yeah, I miss him. He's only gone for the day. He told me yesterday he wouldn't be in the room today. I forgot to mention Campbell. Well, it's not Campbell Soup anymore, the Campbell Company, but this is an earnings play. CPB is an earnings play, and just so if I shorted this one, you see how you ride the wave, ride the wave, ride the wave on a 2 and a 5 minute chart, and the colors will the colors could be different depending on the time frame you're looking at. Also, No, I'm nothing now. I got out of the ST. I got a little bit on the STAA. Nothing, nothing fantastic. You see how it transitioned right there? It's okay, but it wasn't. I was hoping it would get down a little bit further, but I sort of said to myself, "There's not going to be a rocket ship. Look how it's just flatlining." I wanted to take. Unfortunately, I had got interrupted. I would have taken the TGL over 20, but I got interrupted. So I unfortunately I did not get that. I mean, the A. Oh man, this is really the one. I mean, look at the original alert, 1358 for AFJK, and it got up to. Okay, I think this is spam. It was a costly delivery. Actually, it wasn't. It wasn't the delivery. It was my wife interrupting me. Had to bring our dog downstairs. That is totally different. Exactly. Again, this is a blank. This is a SPAC. Did the other one ever come out of its halt? AT ATMC. I haven't even seen it. ATMC. Still, it's still halted. ATMC is still halted. Wow. All right. Okay. All right. I just got halted too. So um, I took a little hit on the a little flyer on the TGL guys, and I sold just before the halt. Boy, I got out right at the halt price, right at 23.96. Now it could rip from here. Oof, it could rip. I mean, I don't know, but you know, I just took a flyer on it. I was ticked off I didn't get in earlier. So okay. Okay, so the original alert that I had on Sirac on this is from my gap scanner, okay, was at 10:07. I mean, it could have been showing up here also, okay, but in my gap scanner at 13:58. So the time, all times Eastern, and that I was at 13:58. And it was a gap up and go. Okay, but I'm sure it was showing up here also in the compare in this upside versus downside movers. I'm sure it was showing up here. And of course, it also early on, you would have seen it here in the halt scanner, okay, at 1096. So there were all sorts of areas, for me anyway, that I saw AFJK. Are you talking about in, the Market Explorer, Sirac, at the Wave 5 minutes? Is that what you're talking about? Ah, okay. I'm not sure it would have been there. Yeah. I have it up and running. It was not, okay. And if you're wondering, so, yeah, it wasn't now this does work in the pre-market. The Market Explorer, I know what you're talking about. It does work in the pre-market because I'm seeing some of the, pre-market ones right here, but, yeah, obviously, whatever, the volume was not, strong enough, some other filters weren't met for it to show up. And now look at it. It came out of its, halt. Yeah, I'm probably gonna regret selling this, but, look at the potential open now for, well, I'm surprised you even found that, Sirac. Most people don't even know that exists. And now this is halted again on the way up. Okay, halted on the way up. Look at I mean, I doubt if it's gonna do this, but look at the potential open now for this one, the AFJK, halted, 24, halted at 21.72, potential open 24, and that doesn't have to stick, over 5 minutes, this number can fluctuate. Last morning, 11 o'clock already. So when was this halted? The So 10:53 plus 58 seconds. So if this is gonna be a 5-minute halt, it's gonna open in 4 seconds. 3, 2, 1, boom, and it did. Oh, man. Oh, well. I left a bit on the table, guys, but you never know. It coulda got halted and it just coulda dropped $4. So, this hit $80 or so after hours on Friday. I think it's gonna do that now today, of course, but yeah, you guys are talking about the OCG, big, not a well, okay, what yeah, that's big percentage move, definitely. So if you had been in this one, and here's how I use the wave, okay? If you've been in this OCG down here and you're riding it right, I probably would have taken maybe some off on that orange bar right there as it's getting into the middle of it. Then that allows me to keep holding, 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 holding. Now, if I hadn't taken anything off, I certainly would have taken some off here. You see how the bar is pierced underneath the wave? The other thing I would do is I would go to a 1 minute time frame to see if there's a transition to orange. My guess is that there is, and you can see yes. So, the minute you start to see maybe a downturn on the time frame that you're using, but it's still, say blue if you're long, I would go to a lower time frame just to see. So you could be looking at a 5-minute chart, maybe go to a 2-minute chart just to see. I had a 1-minute chart, or sorry, a 2-minute chart. See, it's not orange yet on the 2-minute. So had I not sold anything at this point, I would certainly have sold something, but not everything, because it doesn't just because it turned a little orange on the one doesn't mean it's just going to completely tumble. And this is what has allowed me to keep in trades a lot longer than before. And who knows, maybe this takes out 5 and goes to 6. I never would have been in this one. Now, I'm not in this, okay, but I'm just using this as an example. And there's no video on this. I mean, the video doesn't, this is just how I've been looking at this over the last couple of months, okay? The ideal situation would be a narrow wave, instead of sort of a wide wave, and also that the bottom of the bars or candles, whatever you're using, is just sort of keeping in touch with the top of the wave. It just allows you, because when the wave expands, that means that it's starting to get a little parabolic. And the way I look at it is that people who are in this will maybe start, I better maybe take some off. Whereas if it's a nice narrow wave and the bars are keeping in contact with the top, it makes it a lot easier just to keep riding it and riding it. That's what I've found. Okay, just trying to find one. Yeah, you guys were talking about the GGNX. Yeah, no shorts available for me to Interactive Brokers, but that would have been an interesting one. You get the little sell flag. Didn't that just sort of is a bit of, if I were looking at this to short right now, I'd say, okay. Uh, well, the sell flag up here gives me a little confirmation. The breakdown underneath the VWAP is another little confirmation. Of course, it's turned orange on this time frame. You mean on my homepage? Yes. You can go to my homepage and it is there. The whole, if you click on my homepage link, it's a simple scan, but just go down to my custom scans here and Halts resumes. It's a very simple one. But again, if you load it now, you're only going to see the last one, okay? You're not going to see all the, so what you, now you don't have to go to my homepage and load these scans every single day. Like if you like this one, if you like the gap continuation scan, you like the Halts resumes, you like this one, you don't have to go to my homepage every day and load it. What you should do is if you like it, then just save it as part of your layout. Okay, so at, at the what this is what now the other thing you should save, if you like any scan that you create or anything that you take from me or somewhere else, save it to the cloud. Okay, right click, save or share to cloud, save it into the cloud. Okay, individual scans, save them to the cloud. I've been a Trade Idea subscriber since 2010. I have created lots and lots of different scans. What happens is sometimes I hadn't used this scan for a year maybe, and I don't know, a couple of months ago I decided to resurrect it, and so I just wanted to see what sort of alerts I was getting from it, and I really liked it again. And because I'd saved it into my cloud, I could bring it back. I didn't completely delete it, get rid of it completely. And that can happen. You might have a scan you create, you like it for a while, then for whatever reason, don't like it anymore for whatever reason. But then, several months go by, maybe even several years go by, and you say, I wonder what this scan is like now. You bring it back from their cloud and you say, oh, I really like this one again. You save it. So that's why I save individual scans to the cloud. And then if you have a layout that you like, with the charts that you like, the chart time frames and all that that you like, your next step is file, save or share to cloud. Okay, file, save or share to cloud from a toolbar. And then I would click on entire layout, give it a name, whatever name makes sense to you, and save it. Now it's also in your cloud. So if you accidentally, got rid of, the layout for somehow, um, it'll be in your cloud. Another reason to save things into your cloud, you can have trade ideas on as many different devices as you want. So if I bought a new laptop, I'll have to do is download the program, and then of course, how the cloud works. Like I think everybody understands how cloud works. You just load it from the cloud. You don't have to recreate everything from scratch. You can only have trade ideas open one device at a time, though. The other thing is when you exit trade ideas, and you should always exit trade ideas every day. Don't leave it up and running overnight. File, exit. It's going to ask you, you want this layout to load when you've got up and running when you load trade ideas again. If you say yes, then that's a very simple way. And so everything is saved. And remember, any little change you might make, you add something to a chart, you add an indicator or something to a chart. Wow, look at TGL now. Anything that you do, if you don't save your work like any other software program, it's not gonna save it. Okay, one moment, please. All right. Now, again, if you're new to trading, anybody who is sitting out there listening to all this and saying, "Man, first of all, I don't know what style of trader I want to be." You're new to trading. Do I want to be like a momentum trader? Do I want to be a pullback trader? Do I, you can practice using our simulator. And if you click on New and then Brokerage Plus, this is a window that's going to pop up. You may have a different look of it, but with different column headers and all. But this is how you can practice trading. I'll go over this. I haven't done this for a while, okay? And it uses our simulator, which is our real-time data, and you can practice trading and using our simulator. Maybe I'll go over this afternoon, unless somebody wants me to go over it right now. Oh, TGL. But you know what? That went down below where I had bought it, so I can't complain too much. So I will complain. Well, if you guys were in the room on Monday, here's my real tale of woe with TGL. If you're in the room on Friday, you know this went absolutely crazy on Friday. And after I had left the room on Friday, I don't know, 2:15 or so, I was looking at it and I was able to get some. This is Friday afternoon, okay? Call it, I don't know, 2:33, can't remember exactly when. Got some at 27 and I sold some and I sold it at about 28.50 and I was very proud of myself because after that, after that it went down to about 25, 24. It was just a very quick trade for me. I went out for a while, came back, and it was at 80. And I said, okay, it hit $80. I think that was post market after hours Friday, which is the reason why I was really excited about the CETX because, last week we had TGL, we had SMX, two real low floaters that went absolutely crazy. I mean, SMX, if you guys weren't around, this got up to actually almost $500, if you can believe it. You don't believe me? Well, look at the daily chart. Okay, so SMX was earlier last week. Then TGL happened on Friday, and I said, okay, you are going to get into one of these. This is yesterday. I'm talking. Okay, Monday morning, I woke up and CETX, another crazy low float, 740,000. It hit 20 in the pre-market. It had pulled back, looked like it was holding 10. I said, okay, this is the one. I didn't do it. I didn't get it. I didn't take the trade at all because I was waiting for it to up over 10 again and just didn't do it. Well, I'll bet MSTR is a powerhouse because I'm looking at crypto now. Bitcoin is now up 2,600 to 93.4. See, I should still be in this. I should have trusted the wave more. Okay, but I'm not. Well, I'm sure. So let's take a look at IBIT. And of course, if you want to trade Bitcoin, you can use this. You can trade IBIT as a stock, and it's coming right into that high on the daily chart. See, I like to get rid of the wave on my daily chart because it's hard for me to. I don't like the way I can just hover over over the bar, and I can see what that high is. 53.18 is the high. There's a high here at 53.25, and the next high is around. I'm going to put a price alert there. See if it takes that out. Boy, look how volatile wave has been. WVE. It's up now, but what did it get down to today? Down to 1770. So it's $2 above that low. Yeah, this is an earnings play, CMP. Very weak earnings play. And let's take a look. If it takes out 17, what would happen? Well, first of all, there's the 200-day moving average, 1711. So it's sitting right on top of the blue line. So that could be acting as support right now. The next low on a monthly chart is way down there at 1636. On a weekly chart, 1670. So a little bit close. I wish it had a little more room on the weekly chart if it does take out 17. Opportunity to short it, but I won't. If the next low on the weekly chart had been down around the 16 level, I'd probably be more inclined to short this if it broke through 17. But this might be holding. I mean, obviously, the 200-day moving average may be acting as a good support area. Okay, so it is 11:15, so I will be taking a break in about 45 minutes. Somebody will take over for me in our YouTube room, and I'm just going to ask who. Chris suggested it might be Andy, but Andy lives in Texas, and I guess there's some flooding issues there, so he may not be able to. So I'm going to find out who is going to do it. Well, guys, WOK, you can see if it can ever really start to break out. I mean, it's up 5%. What's the volume like? Not bad, seven times normal, but probably has to be watched. Maybe not for today, but if it can ever take this out, the 550 mark out, is six, and then seven, and then up here. If you look at a weekly chart, I mean, last week's high was 836. So maybe. And so I'm going to put a price alert around the 530 level just to see if it gets there. And that might be a later week trade. All right, so it'll be Steve Gomez in our YouTube room today. Okay, so he'll take over for me in our YouTube room in about 45 minutes. We'll take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. Meanwhile, AFJK just exploded again, guys. So this is a blank check company. If you're unfamiliar with these, what this now, I'm wondering, have they announced who they're, well, maybe in this news here. Crossing Bridge Advisors takes a 2.515 million position. Extends business combination deadline with a $150,000 Wolverine takes. I Okay, so if you're unfamiliar with what these blank check companies are, this is a phenomena. Well, it's not so new anymore. I want to say that space was the first one of the first ones that it was known, Virgin Galactic. But basically, it was a way in which was sort of a shortcut of taking companies public. So you get a bunch of investors. They they buy a company that's kind of a shell. In the old days, what we would, well, maybe they're still called shells. Pour money into it, and then They go looking for a company to merge with. Obviously, it should be probably. I say 99% of the time, it'll be a private company. And, if they're smart, they try to find some company that's kind of got like when crypto was really going crazy, a crypto company, or maybe some company that's got in a hot sector. No, it doesn't have to be that anymore, but or a bio, and they're looking to merge and take that company basically public. And it's a real shortcut from that private company in order for them just to go public. It's a tedious task, okay, for good reasons usually. So anyway, there was an explosion of what we call these SPACs, blank check companies, scouring the earth for companies to merge with and take public. And some of them just absolutely went nuts. I would say though, in the last 2 or 3 years, we just haven't seen that much. That certainly not that many. But as you can see, AFJK. Now what I was looking for, I wanted to see whether or not they had determined who they were going to try to merge with. I can't see that because that'll also give a stock a pop. Oh, they're going to merge with this, a rare earth technology company. So here's the VOR. Okay, so that's had a big comeback, Ashley. VOR has had a big comeback. The beginning of the day was down to 907. So it was almost a $2 pop from the low. Getting close to the VWAP. Oh, look at the VWAP, that purple line. Halted again, guys. And you can see how these stocks get halted. You get some stocks halted 20, 30, 40 times a day. Not that often, but I can't remember what our record is. If William were here, we we were watching in astonishment as a stock would get halted like 40 times a day, and just because of the volatility, moving up too fast or moving down too fast. Ah, Cal moved for me. Didn't take it. Looking at this around the 1214 level, you can see the alert was right here, 1036. That was the time. So, almost an hour ago. But some of these require, just patience. 1214 to 1240, not a bad move. Of course, now the VOR. There's a lot of room on the weekly chart, 2077. I mean, a lot of room, obviously. I don't know what it would be on the daily chart. I'd have to back out the daily chart. But there would be some, well, in fact, I don't have to. That red line is telling me that that's the high. If I move the daily chart back enough to this week right here, that would be the high. So there is a ton of room. Yeah, I mean, I was asked in the pre-market about ore, but at the beginning of the day, it was dropping. But so I mean, approximately $20 is the next high on the daily chart for VOR. If there's any news on this one? And JP Morgan. Okay, so jumps as JP Morgan indicates an overweight rating. This is the one where they cut the stock option exercise price to 818 from 1780. Now the VWAP is right up here. So you know what? I mean, if it takes out the VWAP, I mean, this could go on a tremendous run still. 1108. I'm going to put a price alert for VOR, just over $11. And you can see how the wave is right now. Pretty good. See, it's just a visual presentation. Helps you, well, helps me anyway to keep in a trade. You can see it's going, gap up and go. So again, here, this is the don't repeat version. Okay, so the first alert at 1064 at 1119, and we're at not a huge move yet, but 1083. So this is the repeating version. Every time it makes a new high, you're going to see it here. You'll only see it one time here. Right. Now that is a beautiful wave. That's kind of what I'm talking about. Especially from here on. Look how narrow it is, and see how the top. This is a short op, of course, short opportunity. See how the top of the bars or keeping in contact with the bottom of the wave. That really helps you keep in the trade, in my opinion. Now, you see a little blue bar that popped above. If you had not taken anything off and that blue bar popped above, I would probably take some off. Not everything though. Common question, how do I know when to take some profit, or how do I know when to get out, or how do I'm not saying this is not the be all and the end all, but I just find it really, really visually helps me a lot. And I had never seen this. Well, I never really started really taking a hard look at it until maybe 2 months ago. We'd had it for about a year, but I really hadn't paid that much attention to it. Now, what I don't like is you see sell, 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 buy, sell, buy. It's too much. I mean, it's just too all over the place. To me, there's just there's no solid direction. So that would keep me out of a trade like this. Well, the VOR is just voracious here coming into that VWAP. So I see what you're talking about. So when you get the minus 0.97, so that was negative sentiment. The fact that they're doing this thing with the option, according to this. I probably have seen these numbers for years. I've had the program since 2016. Never really, never really questioned it. But now, see how the sentiment, if you're looking at this, how the sentiment has changed. This is Interactive Brokers. Interesting. And that's because of JP Morgan decided to say, you know what, we like it. Not anymore, Faith. The question is, have I ever got bored and did something stupid trading? So I am not somebody who has to be in a trade all day long. Okay. Now you would even if I weren't moderating a couple of trading rooms, which obviously distracts me somewhat. But even if I weren't, I'm not somebody that has to be in a trade all the time. Even before I started doing this, I might only take 5 trades a day. Okay, maybe, and sometimes less. I don't. I'm not like a real stock junkie. I have to be in something all the time. Now, was I like that years and years ago? I don't really recall being like that, but sure. I mean, what would start to happen is I didn't really have it as what I would call in my head now. I've got a pretty detailed way in which I want to trade, looking left, seeing how much room stocks have, how much room stock has to move, just following things like that. Whereas before, I might take trades not really even knowing how much room a stock had because I wasn't really understanding, how to read charts. So anyway, the bottom line is this: no, I don't trade. I don't take trades out of boredom or start to bend my rules, saying, I got to take a trade. Should still be in this. The wave should have kept me in. I mean, that little blip up here was not big enough, but not in it. Though I have to say, I mean, it's not beautiful because you see how the wave is widening, and some parabolic moves down. Oh, I've done that before accidentally. Well, you know what? Sometimes what happens, okay, I have accidentally shorted something or bought something when I wanted to go in the other direction. And and I'm looking and saying, oh well, and it's working against me how I thought I was trading it. And I say, okay, I guess I better get out. And I look at my P&L and it's positive. I'm like, whoa, what's happened? I mean, literally, what has happened? I find out, oh my gosh, I accidentally went in the opposite direction and it worked. Okay. What I have done, which is really scary sometimes, see, mama, I mean, mama, why was your spread so bad early? Well, what I have done sometimes, so say I'm short 300 shares of stock, okay? Just give me a moment, please. My dog is, she's looking at, she might want to go outside. So just give me a moment, okay? All right, guys, sorry about that. So there's the IBIT. So I see the IBIT just triggered, well, triggered. It showed me that it's at that high now. And yeah, $3,000 now up for Bitcoin. So what I was going to say is, let's just say I was short 300 shares or something, and I make a mistake thinking I'm sure you say short 600 shares. I want to cover. Okay, for whatever reason, I make a mistake, and what happens is it takes that 300. I cover my 300, but I buy 300. If that makes sense. Like covering 600 when you only have 300, and it turns and takes that other 300 and turns it into a buy, or somehow it does that. And Wow, now that's a scary thing. That's why you gotta be so careful, when you're trading, and, I have my little excuse because I'm somewhat distracted every now and then, but you've gotta be so careful. Ah, mama. Boy, mama was a nice short. Just couldn't take it because of the spread. The spread is, not terrible now. Well, now it's sort of widened again. You see, that's the problem. Look at that. I mean, 20, almost a 30-cent spread now again on the pop up. So do you have trade ideas, Kenzie? Kenzie Burt, do you have trade ideas? Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. First of all, do you have this up and running? Did you take it from my homepage? Okay. So here's how you can take so this is how you can take a look at it. Okay, this is called the compare count window. So if you right click and click on configure, and this is going to show you what the green is, stocks making new highs, red stocks making new lows. So we just have to click on the configure, and that's going to show you what it's looking for. And of course, you can change it if you want. You can change any of this. Okay, so looking at for new highs during the day, and so these are the filters I'm using. Between stock is between 2 and 50, current volumes 3, etc. Now, when you load it, it may be different. I may have made a change. I put these in my homepage months and months ago. Okay, so and it's possible I have changed, but you don't have to. But this is the price range I'm looking at, 2 and 50. The current volume is at least 3. So you understand the concept of just doing that, and you can make changes if you want. And then this is the red data. It's just the same, except prices is down 2% from yesterday's close, and the other one it was up 2% from yesterday's close. And of course, I'm looking for new lows as opposed to new highs. Okay, so it's taking these are they're all the same filters in place, and you can flipped to down 2% and a new low. Okay. So it's like, so if obviously I could have these as just two alert windows side by side, but I like this idea of, running them off against each other. And there's like an old school ticker. All this stuff, I don't even know about it. This is just this is just the default. Okay. So this, I don't know anything about. I would just leave it. When I say this, I'm talking about all these little sliders. Okay. So silver is based on this, must be on the move here, guys. BAAS. See how now that here's a great example of a wave that is beautiful. Look at that 2-minute wave. You know, narrow, pretty narrow, like not big wide. It's not wide, pretty narrow wave. Virtually, they're just all kind of touching the top. Makes you right there is where you might have said if you had taken this down here at 45.85 and it got up to 46.91 here, you might have said, okay, it's starting to flatten out a little bit. I'll take some off. Okay, I'll take some off. Not everything. I guarantee that if I'd been in this one here, I would have taken everything off here before. But now I'll take some off, and then that just lets me see, okay, will the wave continue? And boy, I mean, that's another $3 from there. Nothing pierced down below. right there maybe, but nothing, none of these bars pierce down below. And I'm using OHLC. Okay, I'm using bars as opposed to candlesticks. Somebody asked why. Not today. Nobody asked why today, but um, I like the look of it better. I used to use candlesticks like for decades almost. Okay, like everybody else. And then we had this program called Go No Go that was an add-on, and it required that you use these bar charts. And I was using the program. I said, "Wow, I really like these bar charts. I like them a lot better than the candlesticks. They're a little more concise. I like how the little juts tell me exactly where a stock closed and where it opened. And I'm not saying you can't do the same thing with a candlestick chart, but I really like the bar chart. And of course, it's just a matter of you go to chart style. Not saying you don't have to change it, but here's how you can, your candlestick at the top here, and I'm using OHLC, open, high, low, close. What a fast morning for me, guys. It's hey, keep an eye on you. Okay, I have this thumbnail. That's why I can see it. Just getting over 36 here. Okay, and it's an earnings play. No, it is not an earnings play. Had some news. Here's the news. They did have a press release. I have PR beside it. Oh, Clear. Okay, it's Clear Secure. Announces a contract with CMS to support Medicare.gov in your country. Oh, if you live in the States anyway, I guess. This is a pretty international room. So DBI, this is a gap up and go. So this is an earnings play. At the beginning of the day, I thought it was weak. I thought it sort of weakened, but yeah, I can't say it got away. I'm not sure where I would have got it if I had been really paying attention to it. But the AF, this is the one though today. Again, 4 million in the float. Was anybody Obi or somebody who scours it a little bit more in detail than I do? Does Have they made a determination about who they're going to merge with? Because this is pretty interesting a move if they haven't. And boy, that other SPAC is still halted. I'd be super nervous if I had chased it all the way up. As a halt like that, because the Nasdaq is demanding information as to why it had to jump it did. Well, that's the thing, Monica. Somebody is, and I think that the fact that that other one just popped so high that people are starting to look at SPACs. So when you say Tesla in our YouTube room, well, when you say you need help to set it up, but what are you trying to do? Are you? I'm talking to. So no new news for AF. Okay, thank you, Obi. So nothing since November. So what are you? Are you an experienced trader at all? I'm talking to TSL at Tesla in our YouTube room. Are you an experienced trader? When like Micron? Okay, let's take a look at Micron. So you see, for me, I would never have caught a Micron. Okay, for me personally. Okay, are you trying to day trade Tesla? Are you trying to swing trade, or what are you trying to do? The reason I would not have seen Micron ever because the relative volume is so low. It's only zero point 0.9. So that means that it's not trading even normally. Okay, now it doesn't mean it's made a nice move. Don't get me wrong, but okay. So I mean, you can you can construct a scan to find this, but the problem is that if you use the relative volume, if you're day trading, okay, the whole idea of day trading is finding the stocks that are trading abnormally, in my opinion. And one of the filters that I use is the relative volume filter. So Micron for me is just not trading abnormally. Now, could I create a scan that's going to find Micron? Of course I could. The problem is that you might see for every micron that every stock that does this, you might see 50 others that don't do this, and they get buried in all the other alerts that you're getting, if that makes sense. I'm not saying it's impossible to find, and just maybe find this one as a well. Here's the price. Well, and the other thing is the price range. I mean, it's a pretty expensive stock. Um, is this the price range that you're comfortable trading? I'm not, just because I just don't like trading stocks over 100, but doesn't mean you shouldn't. But you see what I'm saying? I mean, you can construct a scan. Well, you can create a watch list. Sure, you can create a watch list of stocks that you want to follow. If you don't know how to do that, well, if you trade Tesla, how many if you trade well, what I would do, of course, if you're trading Tesla, if you want to trade Tesla every day, I would take a chart and have Tesla always up and running, sort of like my SPY chart here, how so when I click on an alert, the SPY still remains. So I would create a Tesla chart, okay? There is a video for the watch list. If you go, well, it should be. If you go to my homepage, because I think most of the things in the user guide has text and video. So if you go to my homepage, okay, well then a list of 30 stocks, perfect. So if you go to my homepage, click on it and click on the education section, click on the more info, okay? And then click on the user guide, okay? Click on the user. I'm talking to Tesla in our YouTube room. Click on the user guide. And then if you scroll down, there's a whole section on watch lists. That should, let me know if I'm going to be taking a break, but Steve will be in the YouTube room in about 10 minutes. But that should give you a great start on how to create a watch list, how you attach it to either an alert window or a top list window in order to monitor it. How you can, if is it the same 30 stocks every day? Yeah, so I mean, it doesn't look like there's a video on it, but I mean, it's very detailed, very, very detailed on how to start it. Create a new symbol list. It's very detailed, and here you can see how if it's the same 30 stocks every day, well, that's what you definitely want to do. You want to create the watch list, and then you attach it to a top list window or an alert window, however you want to monitor it. If you want to see the stocks in your watch list making new highs for the day, or trading abnormally. Maybe all 30 of your stocks. I mean, what are you going to do? You're not going to trade 30 stocks a day, but you probably want to find the ones in that list of 30 stocks that are trading abnormally, a little bit abnormally anyway. In which case, Micron may not be. If you use the relative volume filter, then Micron would not show up. But that's okay. I mean, hopefully in the other within the 30 stocks, there might be two or three that you really want to take a look at because they're trading abnormally, making new highs. No problem. I mean, then what you want is an alert window and attach the symbol list to that alert window. You probably even want to have and then also add the relative volume filter so that when the stock it's trading abnormally. Because you can't watch 30 stocks. You're not going to watch 30 stocks. So Steve may go, I have to take a break. Okay. But let's just say you created an alert window. Okay. Not this one, but I mean, obviously an alert window. And you said, okay, I want the new high as my trigger. Okay. That's my trigger. Okay. That's my trigger, new high. And then some filters, this is the relative volume. Okay, the relative volume filter, I would, put, I don't know, 2, 3, means it's got to be trading at least 2 or 3 times normal. Maybe even you might not have to put a minimum volume because probably most of the things, if they're large cap stocks, it probably won't matter. But maybe you want to put a minimum volume that is trading today also. Okay. And then here is the symbol lists. I know I'm going through this pretty quickly, but the symbol list, and then you would create the new list. Create a new list. Maybe call it my favorite 30, whatever that is. My fave 30. Okay. Say okay. You see how now here's your box. Now you can either, if you have a list of them that's easily copyable, or you type them in. Just type them in and say okay. So I'll type in Macy's. Okay. Say okay. Now what happens is you have to, if you've never done this before, you're going to see it immediately because then you have to go to add existing list. And what did I call it? My favorite 30. It'll be down here somewhere. There we are. My fave 30 personal. Okay. You would left click on it. And basically what you're doing here is you're moving it over into this column. It has to be over in this column. But if you've never created a symbol list before, you'll see it immediately right at the very top. Okay. And you just left click on it. Now it'll be over here. You'll probably see it immediately. And remember, you've started this from that alert window. You've started this exercise from the alert window. And now this up here is a drop down. And you would say only the following list, and you would check it. You would check that. You would check it first, and then you would say only the following list and check it. And then say okay a couple of times. And now that symbol list is attached to that alert window. And now you're good to go. I know I went through this quickly, but it's all in the guide, okay? So, but that should help you immensely if that's what you really want to do. Just follow 30 stocks. I'm sure if you ask Steve, he might even go into it's just that I have to take a break now, okay? And he's going to take over for me in our YouTube room. So he might even go through it a little more detail. I know it went, but all that's in the guide. The reason why I always refer people to the guide is that even if you listen to me and you did everything perfectly and you were able to do it, but what if you wanted to create another symbol list next week? And you say, oh man, I can't remember what he said. Well, it's in the guide. In the watch list section. So it's a great reference. Okay, guys, I'm just going to put my announcement up here on a break. Haven't left yet. I'm just waiting for Steve to show up. Steve is the originator of the trades of the week. It's right here. Yep, just give me a moment, okay? I back around 1 p.m. ET. Okay. So I'll be on my break. So here it is. You asked for my link to my homepage. There it is. I just put it there underneath. You click on that. When you click on that, as I said, just scroll down a bit till you get to the education section. Click on the more info. And then at the top here, here's our user guide. And click on the user guide and then watch lists. Okay. And you saw how detailed it was. Once you do it a couple of times, I mean, it's simple. Okay, guys, now for those of you in the main room, I will put the YouTube link in so that you can head over and listen to Steve for his hour if you want. So here's the link to get into YouTube. Meanwhile, not a bad little move. I'm not in it, but not a bad little move for DB. 651, 673 now. A gap up and go. Earnings play. Whew. Fast morning. Well, not going to beat myself too much about the TGL now. Look at it now. And where is this silly one? AFJK. Yeah, it's still pretty strong. See, look at the relative volume, 101 times normal, 102 times normal up to this time of day. That's why this filter, if you're intraday trading, day trading, whatever you want to call it, this is your number. You have to have this filter, okay? You have to use this filter. I'm not saying you have to put it at 102, but and you can experiment, okay? I mean, people say, well, what should I use? Well, the bigger the number, the fewer alerts you're going to get. The smaller the number, the more alerts you're going to get. So it depends on what else you've got as filters, okay? So if you find you're getting too many alerts, I would up the relative volume. If you don't think you're getting enough, maybe lower it a bit. There's no hard and fast rule for, what's the best scan to use. There is no such thing. All depends on your style of trading, how many alerts you want. The only thing I can say is using this at least is going to show you the stocks that are trading abnormally. I mean, that is truly the power of trade. Oh, there's a little pop. Okay, guys, in our main room, I will see you guys in about 1 hour. I'm muting myself now in the main room. And I can welcome Mr. Steve Gomez into our YouTube room today. I'm assuming, I heard a little pop, so I'm assuming you're there.
I should be.
You are, loud and clear.
Excellent.
All right. How are you today? What's happening?
Pretty good. Things are going my way, so no complaints.
Oh, excellent. Okay.
Yeah. I'll go over them for people that
Yeah,
want
I'm
to.
sure you will. I'm sure you will. I tried to help Tesla in the room here, not the stock, but Tesla. You'll see him to create a symbol list, okay? Because he likes to follow 30 stocks, the same. Well, he says the same 30 stocks every day, and so I went over it. But I told him it's in the guide.
It's actually part of my method. So he's talking to the right person. Yeah.
All right. Perfect.
That's what I use.
All right, Steve. So you want me to show up probably at 5 to the hour, right?
Yeah. I got a meeting. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. We'll see you in about 55 minutes then.
All right. Thanks. Hello, everybody. Yes. Perfect. Yes, Patrick. ONDS. I'll quickly start with that. I took a third off. And where did I take a third off? Right when it broke out of yesterday's highs. All right. I didn't like this at all yesterday. I didn't like the open at all, but this thing is nasty. It tagged the 10 SMA perfectly at lows as well as the 130. And I think Andy actually bought some down here. Great entry. And then as soon as I got my gift back, I didn't look that horse in the mouth. I sold 1/3 right there. So just so you know. All right. So Tesla, I don't have scans that you're looking at. I mean, I've got a couple scans here for things that, if I'm looking to go shopping, that's something interesting. These are all strong stocks with high short float, but right now I'm not really looking for ideas, but this is an interesting place to start. I'll give you this because the market is in kind of a runaway market mode. We do have the Fed tomorrow, but I don't think it's going to stop this runaway mode. And I'm sharing this scan I'm talking to you about right now. And it's just basically stocks that all have high super short floats, and they're probably being squeezed. The short sellers are probably feeling squeezed in these strong market backdrop stocks. So there's many different ways you can organize this or sort it. I've got it sorted by change from the open, I believe. See if we turn the tree map off, it tells me I've got it changed from the close. I'm gonna double click change from the open, and I'm going to turn the tree map back on. And now this tells me the things that are strong from the open. But as I go through them, the short floats are going to be big. 26% short float. Flowers, 31%. So, if you were looking for a scan when the markets are running, this is a good scan. But, my bread and butter is my watch list. Okay. And this is, I want to show you, this is important. This is just a simple top list. And there's no scan to it. Okay, I just want to see things. But here's the symbol list tab is pointing towards my liked. Now, this is a hard-coded folder that you can create. And then once you've created it, I'll show you, go to add existing list over here. And you look for my liked. And there it is, my liked personal. What that means, my liked personal is everything on here is going to have a heart that is checked. See the heart on my charts? They are corresponding to this. So it's a real simple way to, if you see something you like, you click the heart and it adds it to that list. That's just basically my watch list. These are all the stocks in my wheelhouse. I've added all of these either probably by clicking the heart mostly, and I've not taken them off. So each day I can look down and go, okay, let's see. These are the red ones that aren't doing that well. What's strong? Oh my God, silver is strong as can be today. ONDS, trade of the week, is strong. That's good. So I'm always kind of working off of my favorite list. And then this is a high-low list, which is like, once I'm in something, I really want to know if they're making new highs, new lows, new 15-minute highs, 50, you'll see, etc. There's no filters. But once again, it's a different symbol list. It's called 401k. This is my main trading account. And so these are all the trades I'm most likely in. And I can kind of keep an eye, a lot of green at the moment. That makes me happy because I'm full on risk on. I'll go through my positions in a moment. So as a swing trader, I'm constantly trading around the same group. I'm in the nano stocks, and then the nano nukes give up and I sell out of those. And then I buy into the Bitcoin stocks. And then if they rise, I slowly fade out of those and then into the robotics. So it's kind of a top down. And then lastly, this is another symbol list, but it's all sectors. SIL, silver miners are off the hook. Silver just broke above 60, 61 already. Gold miners, silver, uranium. So here's the top down approach, Tesla. So I can start and say, wow, man, I should, if I want to, I could really be focusing on the silver stocks, but I'm not. I don't really like trading them as much. I just own silver and I'm happy to own it. SYM, this was a funny one from last week where I got the Goldman Sachs downgrade, the big red candle, and then it bounced, and then Symbiotic gave a secondary. Boom, secondary threw it down here, and after this bottom spike, I bought it yesterday. And then after the down gap and the green higher, I added to it today. So I'm back in this Symbiotic. I like this trade. Matter of fact, the price alert just went off that I had set. So I'm going to move this higher up to the resistance there, and we'll reset that price alert. And that's how I just kind of keep tabs of things. So, Tesla, if you're looking to create a symbol list, the easiest thing to do is to just open up a new top list and point it towards immediately. You can get rid of these filters, by the way. So everything you bring in is what you want to see. And then symbol list. Here it is, right? It's already there for you. My liked. Okay. We'll call this my liked. And I'll give this to you. Here's the shell of what you want to use. Those are my symbols. Your symbols are not going to show up in there. So if I give you the shell of that scan, you can quickly click the heart on all the charts that you like, and those will populate into your scan. I made it for you. You didn't have to do it. So just open up that scan if you want, right click, and then open from cloud. And then from there, Tesla just, MindMed just came through. I've got that one hearted, so it's already hearted for me. Pretty much everything in my high-low ticker tells me what's happening in real time. The sector ETF ticker tells me what sectors are strong, top-down approach. And my wheelhouse, this is my list of favorite stocks. So I can quickly see what stocks are doing well and which ones might want to be looked at for a good pullback. So ideally, I'm already in these. And I'm in ONDS, which is good. I'm in Symbiotic, which is good. So hopefully that kind of helps. That's how I trade. And then if I had cash to spend today and I didn't have any ideas, I might start going through some of these short squeezes and look for a pullback. Like, that's an interesting level. I mean, you could find many different interesting levels. But we've got the Fed tomorrow. I am full risk on. I don't have any more cash to buy anything. I'll go through my positions here and the philosophy behind them if you guys want. If somebody feels like they're interrupting me for a support question, don't feel like that. You got to tell me you need help with the Trade Ideas software and I can show you. But hopefully for Tesla, that works. And I am long Tesla. I didn't like it's funny, the Morgan Stanley brand new analyst takes over and his first comment is a downgrade on Tesla, gets a one-day pullback and gets all his friends in, bounced it today like it never even happened. That's why I hate analysts so much. All right, let's go through, we can go through my trades and I'm going to sort them by the ones that are up the most over open position, not just today. Kodak has been done very well for me and I'm out of half of it. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm living on borrowed time when I'm sitting in 4 or 5 green candles like this. So I've already taken half off, and I might even, let's see, do I still have? Yeah, you know what? I'm going to ring the bell here. I'm going to use this R from the Trade Ideas resistance. I don't even have to expand and look left. And what is that price? We'll jump in front of it. We'll call it, what is that? We'll call it $10. So I'm going to offer another little chunk at $9.99. It's on sale. I'm going to jump in front of everybody that might try to drive this to 10. I'll thin myself out of the herd a little bit more because I just can't justify sitting in a giant full load position after you had 4 or 5 days of giant run. It's just itching for a break. So if I can get lucky enough to get my price, then I won't feel so bad if it pulls back. All right, thank you, 3 sharps. Yeah. All right, so Kodak, my number one position, as you can see, it's worked very well, and I'm trying to thin out to get down to about a quarter position now. And then it becomes just a trade around, right? I might give up on it for a few days, but then I get 3 days of pullback. All of a sudden, I'm interested again at Kodak if I've got some fresh cash next week, or who knows when. The next one in order of open position is DJT. It's been smashed because of the Bitcoin drainage, but Bitcoin's having a pretty good bounce today. Here's a 4-hour chart of Bitcoin. And you can see 94 was a major pivot level, and we've just kind of taken that out with some good volume. I'm hoping today is a turnaround for Bitcoin. I'm kind of getting tired of watching crypto sell off. So DJT is, as I'm learning, it's, yes, they're buying, prediction markets. They've got platforms, social media scans, but primarily they've put all their money into crypto. And so this is going to be kind of like a proxy, kind of like MicroStrategy, which, by the way, they better be bouncing today. I would hope for them. Yeah, MicroStrategy is getting a good Bitcoin bounce finally. So these are kind of the Bitcoin stocks. All right, then we've got third in line, open position is Tesla. I'm long from 413 down here. And I actually added just a little smidge yesterday right there at the 436 level, because just like I was talking about, as they run, they're destined to pull back at some point. And if you're trading around your favorite names, to me, that's the best way to play them, not to just buy and hold. So added to Tesla yesterday. If we can break above this all-time high, Tesla's off to the races. And I am long. I am probably more bullish on Tesla than any other company out there. I'm just hooking my wagon and trust Elon. Everybody's chasing him, no matter if it's AI, robotics, cars, robo-taxis. It's all tied together with him. Rockets. ONDS, as I mentioned, I've taken a third off, and I'm probably going to, I actually have an offer to sell 250 more at $9.99. Same thing, just under the $10 level like Kodak. And that'll leave me with half of ONDS. JetBlue, I noticed the airlines have been strong as anything. Love was super strong, and all the rest of them, Delta, they're all, UAL, they're all above their 200-day moving average. And then JetBlue, who has was 22% short, could have a major short squeeze. And I don't think I'd want to be short on a runaway market when the airlines are bouncing hard. This is bringing up the rear. So JetBlue is now working on day 2 of trading above its declining 200-day. If I was short this thing, like these people are, probably be a little nervous. And it's not too far above its 5-day, so I'm just kind of letting this thing work. Moving down the line here. Again, I'm full risk on. And I don't like the fact that the Fed is here tomorrow, but I got to think that after the volatility of the Fed back and forth, by Friday or Wednesday, Thursday, it'll hopefully, Thursday, Friday, it'll resolve itself higher as the market continues to want to move higher, I hope. Okay, coming up next is ANGX. I've laughed before. Pairs trade, sell, Netflix, garbage content. And the chart tells you everybody the same thing. It's garbage. Nobody wants Netflix anymore. And I think there's a shift culturally out there that are looking for ANGX, a little bit more interesting, family-friendly platform, rated G. I'm long this one for a few days. That big spike right there got me long. And the sideways action, I call this a bird in the hand. It's trying to shift lanes and change its downtrend. And it does so usually by popping up and then going sideways. They can't get a pullback. So the sideways action is very constructive. And I think it's just waiting to move. I'm oftentimes patient and I anticipate most of my trades. I don't chase trades. What's next? Okay, so as much as I've hated the nano nukes lately, they're kind of doing the same thing. They're trying to change lanes. So I've been long NNE since this breakout 4 days ago, just sitting, and I'm long SMR from yesterday, which is kind of the weak baby of the group. But there's a perfect example of the bird in the hand setup that I call. There's your big spike. It got the attention, changing gears, and it won't pull back, but it will go sideways. And so the 10 SMA starts to curl and turn up like the palm of a hand, and hopefully the bird takes flight. So there's a lot of setups I'm sitting on here, and they're already green. So if they can keep going, it'll finish the year up pretty nice. I had a rough, 3 or 4 or 5 weeks of just small paper cuts. Nothing was working for me, but I've made it all back in like a week. It's crazy. Going down the line here, I mentioned Symbotic. I bought this yesterday and added to it today. Happy with that one. I'm a robot exposure there, as well as ONDS. Rumble, this is a perfect example of a trade around. Once again, guys, I had a really nice trade in Rum from down here. stayed with it. And then I looked at it this day right here and said, why am I staying in this trade? It just moved, a giant move, put a piercing candle with a reversal top right there, just under the 200-day. Just take it off, because I bet, Steve, that you can buy it back cheaper. And what do you know? I bought it back yesterday right there at 7. There. So this is the anatomy of my trade around, finding my favorite group of stocks, riding them like a wave, then jumping off the wave, and then letting them rest for a few days, and then buying back into them. I don't know. We still have a couple of weeks at Circle. We've got the Santa rally we're hoping comes, but I think the Fed is the big deal tomorrow. So once we get past the hurdle of tomorrow's Fed, I think we'll have a green light, I hope, for a Santa rally. If not, then I'm caught off guard big time. But I'm playing with kind of house money again here. I'm back to highs in my account for the year. How does RR look? Looks good. 3 days of pullback after slamming into the 50. If you're long something and you get 2 big days and you slam, this was me. I sold this at the 50. I rode this. And I looked at it and said, get me out. This is a beautiful trade. I got to pay myself with this one. I don't have any money to buy it back, but I'll keep an eye on it. The SYM is really the tier 1 trade on that one, robotics. Oklo's on high. That gives me courage, or not highs, but moving up gives me courage for NNE and SMR. All right, so this morning I had some cash to play with. I didn't have any quant exposure. I looked around with Qubit. That's our favorite trade of the week, and it's doing a perfect bird in the hand. Here's our big pop, and we're just going sideways. We're probably waiting for the Fed, if you want my opinion. I'd be surprised to see them front run the Fed, but that's tomorrow. Getting close. Let's see. So next up, going down the list, all these are in the money too, by the way. Okay, now we're getting into the 3 that are not in the money. I mentioned rum is that's in the money. UAVS is back to a flat. This thing just won't go, but I'm giving it a lot of patience. It's trying to do that little bird in the hand gear shift, but it's still kind of held under the water of the moving averages. This is a drone play, and it's had some secondaries, but I don't know what the deal is, but I feel like this is a stock that could just, you turn your back on it and it shoots up 10, 15 cents before you know it. So I'm flat in that one, down 21 bucks to be exact. MindMed, I've already got a stop in this one. I tried to buy this pullback right there at the 5-day. This is, you guys that tune in know I like to buy stocks that did something, but I'm not chasing it. I wait and I wait and I wait, and I bought it right there. And it did a double dip. It took out the low, and there was no follow through. And that blue line is my stop. Because if this doesn't want to behave, I'd rather use the fresh money for cash for new ideas tomorrow that do want to behave. I'm trying to maximize the fact that I don't have a margin account. I have a cash account, and I can only go long. But so I have to kind of work within the confines. All right, then the 2 stocks that are not really working for me. The first one's SMR. As I mentioned, I'm still a little underwater in this. I bought it too prematurely yesterday up in here. But it did bounce off the 5-day. There's my 5-day. Look at that. This is why I use that blue line. It's an area of interest that held for me. I grinded on it pretty hard. And lastly, this one is a bit underwater, and I don't understand. It's the American Bitcoin Corp, and I'm just kind of mulling it over. They don't have a lot of Bitcoin in storage yet. This is Eric Trump's company. They just launched back here, but all the people that bought at 7, what happened was the insider lockup expired, and they all said, "Get me out! I want to buy that car I had my mind on." And then, to me, this was kind of a capitulation event. So I bought the day after, and I haven't gotten out, and I've added to it. So it's got me, got my chest hairs in a ringer a little bit. But I think this was the capitulation. I actually had a hard stop below those 2 lows this morning, just to say, if this isn't working, I'm done. I'll take the loss. But we got a little bit of a reprieve in that Bitcoin on a 4-hour chart here shot up with some volume. So I'm going to sit in that ABTC and see if it can get any traction, but it's not one of the favorites for the miners, that's for sure. For the ETFs, and I'll tell you what, I no longer trade silver ETFs. I no longer trade silver mining stocks. I no longer trade XRP or Bitcoin or crypto ETFs. They were part of my losses for the last 3 or 4 weeks, and I've got to learn to stop doing that. You'll just lose all kinds of control of risk management, and the market knows that. So too many times I woke up on the wrong side of a bad trade I couldn't get out. But XRPI is the one I've been preferring because it's got the most data. You've got XRPC, I believe, coming together. It's probably a little less data. And you've got XRP, which is, I think, is a futures base. But the spot ETF, I think XRPC is a spot ETF. It's not a futures. So I'm reminding myself, Steve, why the hell are you trying to trade XRP? Why the hell are you trying to trade HBAR? HBAR has gotten me good. Why the hell are you trying to trade PSLV when you literally own all of these assets in your safe? So every time I try to think about trading them, I remind myself they're on the shit list. They don't work well for me. I don't have them figured out. And why would I even bother with my 401k when I've got the physical assets locked down? So there you have it. They're just too hard to trade. All right, are we getting maybe a little pullback in the market? Perhaps I'm seeing a little bit of red. Yeah, not much. But I maintain we're in a holding pattern through tomorrow. The whole market's waiting for the Fed. You've got a market that busted up. We're above all moving average. We're in clean space. The last few days have given us perfect consolidation, actually a upwards shaping, ascending wedge. I see no reason technically why the setup is not ripe for a Fed move tomorrow. Now, the Fed move tomorrow may consist of this first, and then it goes to highs. It's just, I don't know why, the way the machines work, the liquidity dries up, that on Fed days, it seems like the indexes have to make a new low and a new high. It's always a head fake. So you've got to be careful. And I don't, that's why I say I might go for a walk, literally. I don't want to stare at my P&L with full risk on at all-time highs during the Fed gyration. So we'll see. This one up here, we'll print red sometimes too. And it's just an S&P. It's another symbol list, Tesla. This is an in-house list called the S&P 500. So all it is new high and new low. S&P 500. I don't have 15s and 30s. It becomes a bit too active, but just new highs, new lows. Actually, I'll add 30s. Why not? Get more granular. So in a sense, I've always kind of used trade ideas as a pulse of the market. Speaking of pulse, here's another thing. Right now we're just sitting here. If I see a green line shoot up, sometimes that means a buying program has come into the market, and I expect to see so new. What's the context of so new? I don't understand. New high, new low, if that's what you meant. But I added new 30-minute high, new 30-minute low. So I get kind of a pulse of the S&P, just looking at the colors coming through there. But, for the most part, this is my only real organic scan that I use. And I know you guys look at Barry's screen and Andy's screen and Chris's screen, and they probably have a lot more scans on there than I do. I'm just more of a symbol list trader. Okay, you're trying to create. So yeah, so new, gotcha. New alert window. And you can just start from scratch. And then you go right to the search tab. You can add a new high. You can add a new low. And you don't need any filters because you're just going to go to symbol list. And then from symbol list, if it's not on the left already for you, then you go to existing library over here, and just look for S&P 500. And that activates it, and then you enable it. New high low, S&P 500, there you go. And for anybody else that wants it, that didn't take the time to build it, I'll share it for you all. I just kind of keep it scrunched down and kind of hidden. I'm not hidden, but if I see a bunch of green come ripping through, then I know, okay, bids are coming back into the market. This ABTC sure is a frustrating animal. It did pop up there, though. I'll give it that. And UAVS, the other frustration I've got. Did Kodak ever click 10? No. I'm just going to go ahead and pay myself a little bit more in Kodak. I'm not going to get greedy and wait for the $9.99 print. We're close enough in the neighborhood. So I'm going to edit that and change it from a limit to a market for another small chunk. Raise some more cash. All right. Can't go broke paying yourself. Yeah, you use your own list. Got it. So once you've done it a couple times, it's super simple to figure out how to. Now, let's take it a step further, because at some point, you're going to want to edit that list. And we're kind of in between functionality on that. And so to edit and remove things from your list, we literally need to go to a whole other workflow. And I'll show you what that is. So we need to go to trade ideas. Oops, Bitcoin was pulling back. And we need to go to my trade ideas. All right. And then on the left here, you've got one called My Settings. And by the way, notice that it's very important when you go back and forth from the dash, notice that I'm in 15-minute delayed mode. This keeps me from losing my live data on the tool application. And so you can change that right there. All right, so now every time I come here, it's delayed. I'm not going to change anything on my Trade Ideas Windows Pro. But over here on My Settings, I'm sorry, back up. It's not there. That's our account settings. It's under channels. It's under the second one. It's called My Watch List. So from here, to edit those watch lists, like the ones when you click, and one thing I didn't show you, when you click the heart, or you can also say, oh, Kodak, let's see, I can right click. I like this chart. And Tesla, you can use this function right here. Send Kodak to a symbol list. Send it to the 401k. And so you can do those on the fly. So adding on the fly is super easy in Windows. But when you want to amend that list, you're going to need to come here. The My Watch lists on the Trade Ideas dashboard. And from there, I'll go through my 401k. There's probably something in here I'm not really looking at anymore. Oh, SOAR. I don't care about SOAR anymore. Let's just take that out of there. And you're gone. USA, I'm not trading that anymore. I'll take that out of there. So that's the way in which you can edit your different lists, just using this drop down. The My Liked, of course. There's a few in there I don't need, I'm sure. Let's see. I don't know. Actually, Robo and bots. Nah, I'm going to leave those in there. Those are new ETFs. I just did go through here the other day, so pretty much everything left in here is what I want. So, all right, hopefully that helps. It's also not lost on me that Bitcoin's only up 3.5%. However, what I call the utility coins are XRP up 3.8, XLM 6.6, and HBAR, my other one that I own, up 5. So the utility coins, every time we have a bounce in the market, utility coins seem to be a little bit more interest than regular old Bitcoin, which isn't good because I don't own Bitcoin. I own these three: XRP, XLM, and HBAR. Oh, I probably missed your question. All right, I'm sorry. NVDA, it's at its 130 pullback level in 15 minutes. Are your thoughts? Okay, so if I was looking, if I had money to deploy right now, and I pulled up NVIDIA and I'm feeling like I want to buy something, what would I do? Well, I would have liked it a lot more on the open yesterday, as it kind of kissed it yesterday. And it hasn't really come back to revisit that since yesterday morning. It's got a lot of upside resistance here on the intraday with this 50-day moving average, an obvious pivot line. So I'll tell you what, as I look at this with you, NVIDIA needs to reclaim its 50-day moving average. And it's probably going to require tomorrow what the market does after the Fed announcement. And ideally, the market likes whatever it hears. That could drive it higher. So, I mean, it's kind of in a pinch play here on the intraday and the 5-day and the 50-day. I would have liked it a lot more if it spiked down like yesterday as an entry right here. So I wouldn't enter this at the moment. This is just kind of no man's land to me. How do I feel about the market? I am not neutral. I'm bullish because I'm full risk on. And the fact that I'm going to take full risk on into tomorrow's Fed FOMC meeting means I better be pretty bullish and convicted. So I am. And it's because our indexes are back above all moving averages, and they've been consolidating the last 4 days. And we've got the 10 SMA now pushing up from underneath. S&P, same thing, 4 or 5 days of sideways action. This is very bullish, very constructive. It's the perfect setup waiting for the catalyst, which hopefully will be tomorrow. The market hears what it wants to hear. Isn't TradingView a competitor? No, not really. I mean, the only reason I pull it up is because I need to see crypto. I could use IBIT or ETF, but I prefer to kind of look at the data. They're a charting program, and if I can't look at gold or silver because TradingView, they're delayed data. So if I want to look at gold and silver, I use Trade Ideas, I use SLV. That's the only time I go to TradingView. If I want to get like a 4-hour chart on Bitcoin, that's it. Otherwise, I have all I need here. Can I take a look at WVE? Is that what it was? All right, so big move yesterday, obviously, on the news. I get nervous after a day and a half, and that's where we are right now. We're in the second half of the second day, first half, and look at all this red coming through my tickers here now. If you're in it, I mean, stay in it until it breaks that 10-period moving average. This line right here, it hasn't broken it yet, but the minute it breaks that line, the momentum is dead. And once we get a day and a half into a sick move like that, I wouldn't want to stick around for too much longer. And notice here, this red line's ticking up. It's corresponding with a lot of the red I'm seeing coming through my tickers now. So I don't even have to pull up, an index to know that we're getting a little bit of pullback. All it takes is a couple of red ticks in the SPY, and you start to see down ticks everywhere. More red ticks. That's okay. Sometimes you can't go higher without going lower. You can't go higher without pulling back a half a step sometimes. Am I a stock daredevil now? Yeah, the market's telling me to. I was too much of a stock daredevil back here. This portion of the market ate me alive. But these last few days have given back everything that I lost in paper cuts back here. So again, we're above all moving averages. We're in clean air. And this is a very bullish kind of ascending wedge pattern. Let's see what happens tomorrow. I mean, I could be wrong. If I'm wrong, I'm going to pay for it. I'll tell you that. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. There's no real way to lean. But again, what I'm seeing is our major trend is intact. We had a major purge back down here, which is like a heavy shower. We needed to rinse off a lot of crap, and we rinsed it off and we held and we popped right back. I've seen this market do it numerous times over the last few years, reclaim the moving averages, and now we're just moving sideways. So I'm anticipating a move higher. It's not the contrarian move was down here, was to look at that and say, I'm going to take a move down here. I've been sitting, and sitting is not really a contrarian thing to do, but I'm going to have to sit because the minute I sell anything, I've lost that cash for tomorrow, and I don't want to reposition the things that I've been in. So I'm resigned to giving back a little bit between now and the Fed tomorrow, back and forth, back and forth. I hear what you're saying. You're probably thinking, is it a buy the rumor, sell the news? Usually that is the case. And I think that's what happens like in the onset. You get like an immediate knee-jerk reaction where people do sell the news and algorithms do sell the news. But the larger trend and the larger liquidity hunts, they step in and they continue the general trend higher. But like, an earnings report would be different because that's a single stock. That's everybody's focused on a single stock, like an Amazon that just runs 15% into earnings because everybody knows it's going to be great. And then their earnings come out and they beat by even just a little bit, and then the stock sells off. That's a perfect example of buy the rumor, sell the news. But I don't really see tomorrow's Fed meeting as a buy the rumor, sell the news. I just see it as like a hurdle, a catalyst hurdle. And the way the market's setting up here, the path of least resistance is going to be higher, in my opinion. What if we get a rate cut and some sort of surprise mention out of the corner of his mouth that nobody anticipated during the press conference? That's always a possibility. That would goose the market. Anything that's not anticipated would rip the market higher. Anything that is anticipated could be baked in. We'll see. I mean, we could look back and we could say, oh yeah, this was a double top, and Steve was sitting here saying it was consolidation. I could be wrong. I don't know, but I'm gonna, like I said, it's been a pretty good run here. I'm going to kind of play with the house's money, and if I'm wrong, I'll give a good chunk of it back. But if I'm right, I'll finish the year on really nice highs. Pramrod, I see your question. The only thing that I would do is the very first thing I would do is I would use the keyword that you mentioned, which is institutional, held by institutions, or held by insiders. Any change or, that would be the only thing I could really think of that would translate, because there's really nothing on a chart that will tell you heavy institution. Yeah, I mean, not so much the chart, Pramrod, but those three filters could help you. And if you want more info, you just click on them and then click on the help, and that'll open up a web page, and it'll give you much more description of how it's updated and how it's used, etc. You never know. There could be a lot of here's another thing. I mean, I'm not going to read into it, but Trump is speaking on the economy tonight. Well, isn't that interesting? He wants to front run Jerome Powell tomorrow. I find that kind of interesting. The national address about the economy tonight. So we'll see. I think the tariffs and those things are working faster and better than people realize, but maybe if you start getting checks back in the mail from that money, like a employee dividend, people will start getting more excited about that new system he's creating, which is designed to end the Fed. You can't just end the Fed. You have to have a parallel economy to jump to. And the parallel structure, I think, is slowly coming to light. And that's why I am long XLM, XRP, and HBAR, because I think they're going to be part of the rails of the new global economy once everything goes digital and we get off a fiat dollar, which is just garbage. Be nice if this thing would do something. ABTC, it's my biggest thorn in my side. And SMR is just not doing a whole lot. But as I said earlier, these positions I'm in, I'm resigned to just be in sit mode and see what happens tomorrow after Fed. All right. Can you set up a list that would find you the stocks between the 200 and the SM that you prefer? Okay, so a couple of things. To have a back test, it has to be an alert. So, we would create an alert window. We'll go ahead and use the new high, or you could use a new low, depends. We could do both. But the way in which you would do the filters for at least the SMAs, you'd say 200, change from the 200 SMA, add filter, and the 50. So it sounds to me like you're kind of doing like the Hindenburg or the Golden Cross kind of thing. Change from the 50 SMA percent. Now, we don't have a cross, but what these two filters will do is they will tell you what distance they are. So we could say a negative number, negative 0.1. So it's not above, it's below the 200 day, but it's above minimum 0.1%, the 50 SMA. So if I launch that, we can look at that and guarantee ACVA the 200 days way up here, but look, it just got above the 50-day in blue. So this is a real basic shell or a foundational start, and I can share this with you, but I would suggest you add more filters or more things that you do want to see, or you take out the new high or the new low. And that would be a starting point for you, Mohammed, on the 250, those two. I'm not worried about that 3 sharp. I know everybody's worried about the whole digital because it's not going to be a central bank digital currency. It'll be a digital dollar, and it'll trade with digital yuan and digital pound and digital South Africa. And XRP to me is the bridge, the grease between all those 3-second transactions and settlement. I believe the tariffs are going to be coming in on digital rails to our treasury. To me, that's just a bunch of fear. I don't think AI is going to take over and lord over us. I don't think digital currencies are going to become our scarlet letter, and the government will tell us we've been a bad boy and we can't go fly, or they're going to cut off our bank. That's not going to happen. I'm not seeing that. I know it's a lot of fear that people have, but valid points they can make, but I don't think we're going to go that direction as a humanity. So you can change it to make it the other way around. You can change it to be the 200 Muhammad minimum +1, 0.1. And then the 50 would be maximum negative 0.1. So just invert what I made, and that'll give you the opposite. Boy, so much for that downgrade in Tesla yesterday. It didn't even last long. Oh, wow. All right. It's quarter till already. That thing's a real bugger. Kodak, you just can't kill that thing. I have a feeling I'll be buying some back. I'm only in 1/3 left now. I mean, that's a giant move. I'm only in 1/3. And at some point, it's going to have a pretty vicious pullback. And then maybe after 2 days of that, I'll look to buy back in. Are we going to fail this Bitcoin move now? I don't know. It's just hanging out there. Oh, boy. Glad I sold some of that ONDS after a big move like that. All right, if I missed anybody's questions, let me know. Love to see another push here on IBIT. Again, this is Bitcoin. I could look at it on this time frame, but I like to see the real thing. I don't know what it's going to take to get UAVS to go. Probably a headline of some sort. Now, IWM, which is the small caps, I noticed that they came up and out of that the strongest. And I think I mentioned it last time I was on Thursday. Since I'm so focused on small caps, this day right here, this is when I really started, pressing it and putting risk back on. And so far, so good. Higher low, hopefully a higher low. Hopefully we can move something out of that. But the market's just in a holding pattern until the Fed, given there's certain stocks will do pretty big moves on their own. But for the most part, the indexes are just going to be sliding around back and forth. Bidders will probably step in right here at the 5-day moving average or lower, and maybe we'll chop back higher. But, all right, guys, I'll be here another 5 minutes or so. If somebody had a question that you were waiting for, don't be afraid. So SIM is coming up on a pinch where the declining 5-day moving average is coming up to meet the intraday 10 SMA. So we'll keep an eye on that. I think I mentioned in the trade of the week email, this ONDS has like a 17% average true range. So these types of moves are normal for it. But as long as it trends higher on the daily, I'm going to stay in it. I got 1/2 left. Okay, a couple things. Steph, if you'd seen earlier, I had when something's on highs, it'll draw like an R automatically for us. Now, it'll only do it on certain setups, and it'll only do it like if it's on a new high or a new low. It keeps us from having to look to where to find the resistances. You've probably seen it pop up a few times on my screen. There it is, right there, R. And it's looking left, and it's touching that resistance. The second thing is you don't have it yet. So it's a tease at the moment, but it's a really great feature because I've been using it all the time. If I'm looking to sell something that's working for me, and I see that purple R coming up, I just throw my offer just below that purple R and make people go through me to get it. But you got to wait for the next version to come out, I believe, because I'm working on a developer's version here, and you guys don't have this quite yet. But it's coming very soon. You want to create a scan on VWAP daily gappers. Well, VWAP and daily gappers, every time it touches VWAP. Okay, so quickly, what you would do is you'd probably do something like a new alert, and we'll do a new low as the event. And then we have to add VWAP as the distance from VWAP, 1%. Let's add that. We have to add gap. Gap up, percent. Add that. All right, take these out. So all we're doing is just kind of working backwards. We have a stock that gaps up minimum 5%. And the distance from VWAP will be 0.1. We'll call it negative 0.1 and positive 0.1. So a new low will come down after a 5% gap, and then it will make a new low, but only it'll show you the new low only at the VWAP. And that's your starting point. You'll have to add more filters for price and volume and things like that. I heard you, Barry. I think I heard you. Maybe you ducked out. Okay. Do you feel like stock like Rost would put back to the breakout? Rost stores. A lot of people shopping at Rost stores lately. Would pull back to the breakout area after it is held. I would say 170 is something to keep an eye on maybe for Ross stores. You know, it looks like it's getting a little heavy. If it closes below today, if it closes below this SMA, it's probably due for a few days of sell-off. And I call the 20 SMA the backstop for a reason. So it might come down here and catch that. Just put a price alert down there above 170 and forget it. Set it and forget it.
Forget about it.
Forget it. All right. I think we got it.
Here.
Got all the questions knocked out.
Excellent. Okay. Well, you can take off.
Take off.
Now, are you going to be back on Thursday? Or
Thursday. Yep.
Thursday? Okay.
Yep,
Double
I'll be
dose
back
of
Thursday.
Steve Gomez.
That's
all
right.
Love it.
Cool.
Okay, Steve, thanks very much.
All right. See you guys. Bye.
Bye-bye. You can't add notes. You cannot. No, you can't. Oh, to the price alerts. Just give me a moment, Teddy. If you're talking about price alerts, just give me a moment. Are you talking about in a scan, or are you talking about the price alerts window, Teddy? Just give me a moment, okay? I just want to get back into the other room also, get my music going, and get rid of the announcement. Okay, so Teddy, are you talking about this? I'll get it. So are you talking about the price alerts window here? Or are you talking about Like this is a scan. This is an alert. Are you talking about here or are you talking about in the price alerts window? Well, you can put it in here. You can't put it on the chart. Okay. You can't put it on the chart. I don't think that makes a difference. I mean, if you put your note in here, because if once you get the alert, you're going to click on it and you'll see the chart, of course. So you can put your note here. Now, again, if you're talking about price alert, you're talking, I mean, you can set the price alert on the chart, right click. I think you're probably not asking the same thing though. And so, and here it is down here, and I could put a note right here and say, okay, this is why I did it. Well, I think that's it. When the alert triggers, your price alert window is going to pop up on your screen. I mean, that's what should happen. Okay, you should minimize your price alert window. I'm talking to Teddy in our YouTube room, guys. Okay, you should minimize your price alert window. And let me get one. Let me. This is going to be a pretty easy one to do. Oh, it's halted. Okay, just I want to put it, so you minimize your price alert window. Okay, but when I create that price alert, I could have put a note in. Okay, I could have put the note in right here if I wanted to. Create new price alert, put my note in here if that's what I want to do. And okay, you see how it popped up? You see, had I had this minimized, the price alert window would have popped up on my screen. If I'd put a note in, I would see it immediately. Okay. And then that'll tell you, well, that's why I put my price alert here. Let me do another one just to try. See, it's jumping ahead of me here. Okay, so now you understand. You see the notes box now. Okay, good. So that's what you do. Yeah, just put it in here. Yeah, I mean, price alerts for me are invaluable. I mean, it's not so much the notes. I mean, typically I'm doing price alerts during the day, so I mean, I don't really have to put a note so much. I mean, I could put a note, but it means I don't have to stare at the chart anymore. I can just wait for the alert to happen, and then if it still makes sense for me to take the trade, I'll do it. But I don't have to keep staring at a chart to see, okay, is it going to hit that price alert? Is it going to hit that price alert? But the best thing to do is to minimize your price alert window. Let me do another. Well, I'll minimize it. I just want to just to prove to you what I'm talking about. Let's say I wanted to put a price alert for this one, WVE. Okay, what's the price right now? 2028. Put a price alert right here at 33. And put one down here at 23. Okay. So I've bracketed the price alerts. Now I could have put, if I wanted to, I could have put a note in. I typically don't, again, because I kind of, these are intraday. I don't really have to remind myself why I put the price. Okay. You see how it popped up on my screen? That's what I mean. It pops up on your screen. You can't miss it. You see the note if you created it. You click on the alert. You see what's happening on the chart. Okay. Oh, I would, yeah. I mean, obviously we did not invent the concept of putting price alerts, but I find, I've used many, many different price alerts on different brokerage platforms. I've had other platforms before. To me, this is a super simple, super simple. I mean, try putting a price alert. I have Interactive Brokers, and I used to try to put a price alert on a chart in Interactive Brokers. I mean, there's just too many steps. No, that's what I'm saying, Teddy. Maybe you're not hearing me. Don't have it open. Don't have it open because if you minimize it, when you get a price alert, this window will pop up on your screen. You can't miss it. So you don't have to stare at it to see if you have a price alert. It'll open automatically. Well, I mean, oh, I see. Well, you know what? We even found out you don't even have, but I mean, there's no point. I would have it open. I mean, open but minimized. Okay, open but minimized. So minimize it, and then when you get an alert, it pops up on your screen. You can even put a sound alert on it. So if you happen to like, I've got a wireless headset. So I mean, if I've wandered away from my computer, I can hear the sound. Not just for price alert windows, but my other windows that I might have a sound alert on, but I can come racing back and say, oh, because the whole idea of putting a sound alert on your different windows, it put a different sound alert on the different windows. So when you hear a specific sound, you know which window to look at. But we actually did find that you don't even have to have it open. But I mean, to have it open is not, it doesn't have to be taking up screen space. You just minimize it. Gap down and reverse, gap down and reverse. So SLM, wow, nice. When was the first alert? 2632. Wow, nice one. Well, I feel a little foolish, not not quite right now, but earlier because you know what? I should have just, how much I talk about following the wave, and it got the best of me. It literally got the best of me. I should have been in this STAA, all the way down to this area. That was an awesome short, but I just got out in this area whenever it was, but that was an awesome short. And I should have just followed the wave. And then finally, when it transitioned, get out. Well, it'll always be there. If you save that window to the layout, it'll always be there. When you say open, I mean, if you can see what I do here, see, here's my trade ideas down here. So if I hover over the icon, this is everything that I have open. Okay. But I don't have everything open that I can see it, if that makes sense. I don't have my price alerts window open that I can see it. But all these are open and part of my layout, if that makes sense. It's just semantics, perhaps, okay? My price alert window is open, but I minimize it so I don't have to see it, but it's part of the layout, yes. So, I just minimize it, so it's still part of the layout. When I save my layout, this is part of my layout. And if you wanted to see it, then you just have to, you can do one of two things. If you have a bunch of windows minimized, you just click on Windows and then Show All. Show All. That'll show you all the windows that you've got. If you've got some minimized, does that make sense? I'm talking to Teddy Time, and are you in our YouTube room? See, this is a great example of using the wave. Okay, so if you got into this SLM right here in this area and you're riding up, 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 up. Now, the minute this happens, sure, take some off. No question, take some off. Don't have to take everything off though. It didn't transition to orange here, and then you're still in. And then look at the nice move, 2609. You know, another 70 cents almost. Just helps you keep in the trade a lot longer. For me. And look at a 5-minute chart. I mean, if you were in on a 5, you know, I would have taken some off on that little move down there. You know, and that bar right there that is almost pierced below, but I would have been in. Okay, take some off here, and then you're still in it though. You're still in the trade. Now, how much you take off? I mean, I can't tell you. Somebody asked me yesterday, well, how much do you take off? Well, every trade will be different. I mean, imagine if this had really ran and it was up, you know, $3, $4, $5. I wouldn't take that much off, you know, on a little downturn. But if I were only up a little bit, maybe I take a little bit more off just in case it really starts to move down, if that kind of makes sense. So every trade for me is different. All right, guys, 107. So one last look at my homepage, including all of the information that I'm sharing, not just scans, but races and compare count windows, as they're called. Okay, so clicking on my homepage link, here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You'll get 15% off, first month only, or the entire year of whatever subscription you decide to have, a premium or standard. So standard, premium monthly, or standard premium annual. Now on a monthly, if you take out a monthly subscription, you'll get that discount first month only. Okay. While I ask, please use my code. At some point, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use the code. It helps to keep the rooms free. I'm moderating a YouTube room, and also for those of you in YouTube, this is the other room. I call it the trading room. A lot more action, lots more interaction amongst traders in this room. It's free also, but if you want to stay in YouTube, that's fine. And if you keep scrolling down, after you've clicked on my homepage link, Steve Gomez was in the YouTube room, and he's the originator of the Trades of the Week. So you could sign up for it right here. You'll get it before it's free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And if you do take out a subscription and you click on my homepage link, scroll down a little bit to the education section. And getting started with trade ideas, that's the first thing, mandatory. That's the first thing you must do. Don't have trade ideas, but wondering about it, start off with that second video. There are 12 of them, all pretty short videos. Go to the end. That should give you a good enough idea about whether this is the type of program you'd like to try for at least a month. Okay, you can go month to month. It's not a contract. If within a month you say, you know what, not for me, fine. Just let us know. Back to basics. New to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos, 15 of them, if you're new to trading. The last, if you're looking for my information and you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, and here, call them custom scans, but they're not technically all scans. The only scans are this one, the multi-strategy window, the alert window, and then there's momentum scan, that's a scan, and also the combo. Those are scans. Pre-market actives up and down, these are more like tree maps. Okay, Dan, yes, I'll try to answer your question. Just give me a moment. Large cap gainers from the start of the race and biggest gainers from the start of the race. So if you're into large cap stocks, this is a race for you. If you don't care about the market cap or float, you just want to see wide open races, stocks that can be very volatile, this is a race for you. Here's the movers to the upside, movers to the downside. And here is my, well, my absolute go-to now, gap continuation or reversal. Any questions about them? You can ask me, of course. Okay, so the question is, tell me how to protect profits in Holly AI. I'm not sure whether I can take profits early before the price returns to the stop loss level. If I can, could you explain? Well, I mean, you're manually doing all this, right? I mean, you can't automate it. So I mean, you can take profits anytime you want. So when you say if you can, so let's pretend that you took DBI. And this is why, you might want to take a look at the cloud, at the wave, okay, this wave, because this can help you keep in a trade a little bit longer. So if you had taken DBI and you could have got in at around the 629 mark. DBI is I'm looking at a 2-minute chart. DBI is moving up, 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 up. 629 gets up to 695. The minute you see maybe something like this, a little bit of a drop here, I would take some off. That's what I would do. Of course, you can do that. You don't have to wait, for it to hit the stop again. Now you see what it's doing here. It's basically kind of flatlining. Then the minute you start getting this transition to orange, I would probably be out of the trade. Now, granted, it did come back, but I can't tell you that this is absolutely where you should be taking profits, on any given trade. I mean, that's how I do it. I follow the wave. A little bit of a downturn within the wave, I'll take some profit, keep me in the trade, because this flat line, this area right there, that a flat line, it could have just turned back up again. And that's why I don't get out of everything just because it had a little downturn. So you can take, I mean, when you say you're not sure whether you can take profits, or you can do whatever you want. I mean, you're controlling it. The only thing that gets control, the only thing to really follow, in my opinion, is you have a stop loss, a stop price from the AI. You have an entry, but you don't have to get right in. You don't have to. I mean, I think people misunderstand a bit here. You get a suggested entry. That's what it is, a suggested entry. I always click on the alert and check to see what I see on my time frames that I like to check. And if it makes sense for me to take the trade, I'll take the trade. If it went from 639 to 643 before I took the trade, it's not the end of the world, if that makes sense. I think people get all, oh my gosh, I missed it at 639. Therefore it's no good. So does that make sense? You have to have some trading experience, okay? To be able to take a look at a chart and figure out, okay, is it sort of is it running out of steam a bit? But to me, you can use the wave to help visualize what's happening. Is iRobot going? Yes, it is. I can see it over here. Oh, here I thought it was at 100, but no. Okay, it is moving though. Yeah, 20%. There's yesterday's high, 425. Now, the other thing, I don't know how you're monitoring or the AI, Dan. Yes, okay. I don't know how you're monitoring it. This is what I would do. I would have this is the only window I would be looking at. I wouldn't look at it. I wouldn't look at the channel. I think it's too cluttered, too complicated and cluttered. This is how I look at it. I just have this one window open, and that's it. And if you want to know how to get that open, oh, by the way, can you hear me? I've been talking, but I haven't heard any response from you yet. Okay, Teddy, you see what happened? You see what happened? Popped up on my screen, WVE. Okay, so if you want to know how to have this window, then from the toolbar, click on New, and then Premium AI Strategy Trades window. Okay, there are 3 that start off with Premium AI. Pick the middle one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades window. This is the window that'll pop up. Now you may have different columns, and I want to make sure that you do have the reentry columns. But also before that, when you load it, it may no, you cannot. Will not execute automatically. Okay, it will not execute automatically, and I mean, we used to allow it years ago, but I mean, listen, I've been trading for a few years. If I thought automatic trading was the way to go, I would have been doing it, honestly. But I'll never do it. Okay. I always want to click on the alert, check to see what's happening. Now, I understand people who can't spend all day looking at a computer. I mean, I get it from that aspect, but it's just not the way to go. Other thing is make sure in the filter box, more than likely it may have profitable checks. So you're not seeing all of the alerts all day long. I would uncheck it. So even though something is in theory not profitable because it's underneath, if you went light, it's below the alert price, I'd still want to see it because it could be setting up at a lower price for you. The other thing is absolutely have these columns here, at least the reentry price column. If you don't have the reentry price column, here's how you add it. You right click in the window, right click on it, box pops up, columns. And then it's alphabetical. Just scroll down where you see the reentries. You can add all three if you want, but 100% for sure the reentry price. But you could add all three if you want, the new stop price and the time. Because, for instance, look what happened with DBI. And you will not always get a reentry price. Notice that there are only three of them, and yet there are more stocks here. The only way you get a reentry price is if at some point during the day, here was the entry, the suggested entry, 639. There was the stop at 620. If the stock hits the stop at any point during the day and then comes halfway between the original alert price and that stop, you'll get a reentry price. And in this case, it's 629. Halfway between 639 and 620 is 629. The other ones didn't happen. Okay, here's another one. Hasn't really done anything. The reentry was 110, but it's still kind of there. 502 hasn't really done anything. But look what happened here. And, and look what happened here. DBI had an alert at 9:43 Eastern time. Let me just so I'll click on it. So just a bit. It's hard to see. Just let me just back this up just a little bit more. Okay, right here. So you see that little up blue arrow? Okay, all that's telling you that's where the alert happened, okay? 6:39 at 9:43 on a 5-minute candle, that's where the alert happened. And the alert was at 6:39. What happened from there? Didn't move at all, but look what happened. It actually the next candle, it dropped and it hit the stop. So if you had taken this immediately and you obeyed your stop, you would have got stopped out. But look what happened afterwards. It did get back halfway, 629, about 10 minutes later at 9:52, and gave you an opportunity to take the trade right here. And, that went from 629 to a 649, pulled back a little, and then, kept moving higher. So this is what we call a reentry. So if you miss it, even if you miss it the first time, you have an opportunity to get it at a better price because it's always going to be a better price because it's going to be halfway between the original alert and the stop. Some people just wait for that. They use the way they use the AI. Just wait to see if there are any reentries. And a lot of times, they can work really well. Just look at it this way. Maybe the AI was just like the original premise was good, but it was just a little bit early. All right, guys. And don't forget, when you shut down trade, don't forget to save, you can save this as part of your layout, okay? You don't have to open it every day, brand new. Save this as part of your layout. The earliest alert you'll get will be at 9:40. That's by design. You can see there was 9:40 was the earliest. You don't necessarily get one at 9:40, but today there was one at 9:40, and that's the earliest you'll get an alert. There's another one for trucks, okay? Well, in order to show your symbol list, you'd have to create a. But what you wanted to do before Tesla, according to you, is you wanted to see in that symbol list when a stock made a new high. Is that correct still? You just don't want a list of the stocks. You want to see it a stock if it made a new high. Okay. So you do something like this. You create a new alert window. Click on new alert window. Okay, up here, new alert window, and start from scratch. This is all in the guide, okay? But I'll go through this. I'll start from scratch. Click that on. Load those. Okay, so now it's empty. You're starting from scratch. Now, Windows specific filters. Now, you don't have to put a price range because obviously your symbol list of 30 stocks is what you want to see. You don't have to worry about a price range. I would encourage you to put the relative volume. You might want to start off with 2 or 3. You can experiment with that, but let's just do 2, okay? And the only other thing is the 30 that you've got, did they always trade enough volume that you're happy with? Like volume, like 100, whatever your minimum volume is? Because if not, you might want to add a volume. You can search in volume. Okay, the volume today. Sorry, volume today. Right there. Add the filter. So I mean, I don't know, or do the 30 stocks that you're always looking at, do they always have sufficient volume? I mean, if you're looking at Tesla and you're looking at Apple and you're looking at Microsoft and you're looking at the large cappers, I mean, they probably all have enough volume. Okay, so in that case, you don't have to put in the volume. Okay, and because they're always going to trade enough volume. Columns, though, I would probably add. You might want to add the volume column just to see what the volume is. Probably add the relative volume so that you can see how dramatically it is trading. Now, does the stock have to be up for the day at all? Like 2% for the day, 1% for the day, or just above yesterday's close? So you're looking like what are your feelings about that? Or does it matter? Above yesterday's high. Okay. Well, okay. We have a great filter for that. Search, and it's called our position and range. Position. I'm going to give you this one. Okay. I'll just give you this so you can use this as a template. So position in previous days range. Oops. Position. I'm talking to Tesla guys in the main room. I'm talking to Tesla in the YouTube room or below yesterday. Okay. You can have one filter for both. Position in previous days range. Add the filter. If you put 100 here and 0 here, okay, I mean, technically, if you put 100.0001, it'll be, just above yesterday's high. And if you put minus 0.001, it'll be just below, or at least. But let's just say it's 100 and 0. If I click on this, see, Prices at least 100% above the low of the range, which is zero, and prices below the low of this will do it. It's a little confusing when you look at the text, but if you put 100 and zero, you'll see stocks that are either above yesterday's high or below yesterday's or close. Okay, the close. I'm sorry, their range above yesterday's high or below yesterday's high. Okay, or yesterday's low. Sorry. Okay, 100 means above yesterday's high. Zero means below yesterday's low. Okay, so now we're building it. Okay, so the current volume is at least two. Probably we could even do put in the position range so you can actually see where it is, like how much below or above yesterday's high it is. Okay, or low. Now, here's your trick though. And this is what I cannot do for you. So please watch this carefully. In the symbol list, you say you created it. So in the symbol list, I don't know if you've already done this, but add existing list. You say you've created it, you should see it immediately then, whatever you called it, and you left click on it so it moves over to this column. Can you do that? Or have you already done that? Because if you said you created it, then you should see it, immediately right here in this column over here. Just all you have to do is left click on it, and it'll automatically move over here. And then if you've not created very many, you'll see it almost immediately. You'll see it. Okay. So now all you see this is a drop-down menu. All symbols, it says, that's the default. So you just click on only the following lists, okay? And you would check it. You would check it. And then it would get attached. It would get attached to this, and you say, okay. I'm not going to do it because I don't have a symbol list, but you say, okay, a couple of times. And then, yeah, and then it would get attached to this list. The only other thing you have to add here, what I'm going to add, or to this scan, is the alert you want is a new high or a new low. They just want new highs of the day, or you want new lows of the day also. Okay, so you would check that. So you see now how we're building this? So with these filters in place, current volume is at least two, and you've got the symbols attached. Stocks will be above yesterday's high or below yesterday's low. And then you'll get triggers for new low when a stock in this list of your symbol list makes a new low or a stock makes a new high for the day. But you have to add this, okay? Because fortunately, you can't give me your symbol list even if I put it in here because it doesn't copy if I sent it to you. But I can give you this, and this is your template if you want. I can call this. Okay, so again, this is just wide open now. Okay, these stocks are showing up because there's no symbol list attached, but you have to attach the symbol list. Okay, so there's your template if you want, and you can add things also. I mean, you might want to have other filters in here. Okay, you might want to add filters of your own, again, to maybe tighten things up. It's up to you. I can't tell you how exactly you want to monitor your symbol list. Jeanette, yes, yes. No, it does not come with a VWAP subscription. No, Jeanette, it comes with a standard service. Okay, it's called TradeWave. It comes with a standard service. Would you like to know how to add it to your chart? Okay, so that's for you too. Hey, Easy and Jeanette. So all you do is this. And first I'll ask, somebody asked about VOR. Not, well, this actually, what happened? Did it pull back? Yeah, I mean, this had a nice move. Well, would I add now? No, because it's gone kind of parabolic on the 2-minute chart. Now, if it pulls back and holds for over 12, a little bit, but this was an amazing move over 11. Okay, an amazing move over 11. I had a price alert set here, and unfortunately, I was on my break, and I did see it here, but I just didn't want to take it. But I mean, it's got somebody asked in the YouTube room, I think, in the pre-market about my thoughts on it, and yeah, I mean, it has a ton of room. I mean, look on the weekly chart, $20 next high. Okay, so Jeanette, yeah, so the wave is part of the standard service. Okay, so for anybody else, if easy, um, to add the wave, I'm going to do it on my daily chart because I don't have it on my daily chart. You right click, make sure you check use browser interface. If it's already checked, don't uncheck it. Okay, so if it's checked, leave it alone. So but now I checked it. Now, when you check it, you should you should see these icons on the top here. And there's one icon, the indicator icon, right there. It's to the left of the little anchor. And when you click on that, left click on it, a little box pops up. One of the options is trade wave. If I click on it now, it's a toggle on and off. So see how it disappeared? So I go back, a little indicator icon, trade wave, and it comes back. Okay? So that's how you get the wave on your charts. Now, I should mention it again because in case you're on an older version of Trade Ideas, you will see FX, maybe FX up here, and not that little indicator icon. In that case, you would click on FX, and then the same sort of thing would happen. You'd see trade wave. Now, the only thing is, if you don't see the icons, it's because your chart is too small. See? Oops. If I shrink my chart enough, I can't see the icon. So you have to make sure, you grab the left corner or grab a corner, stretch it, stretch it, stretch it, and then you have to be able to see the icons. Also, the height will influence it. Okay, so the chart has to be big enough. Bottom line, boy, look at the VOR now. Yeah, I mean, I hate to say, would you take it now? And you listen to me. I just say it's so parabolic, but you're chasing it. But in this case, it would have worked. But it's not how I trade. So that's how you get the trade wave up and running. And for information about it, you click on New from the toolbar. Click on New from the toolbar. Click on Dock to Channel Bar, not Channel Bar, but Dock to Channel Bar. Dock to. I know I repeat it, but click on the Channel Bar, and then they load one of these from the Channel Bar, and your layout will disappear. And you go, oh my gosh, what did I do? So when you click on the Dock to Channel Bar, you can click on anything in here, and your layout. I've got a layout here. It will not disappear. So you can click on the Ripster Rippers channel. Is that this is the and then a video will pop up somewhere. Okay, it popped on my other monitor, and this is a video that describes what it's all about. Okay, and if you didn't see the video or you can't find it, it could be tucked in behind, depending on how many monitors you have. It could be tucked in behind this layout. You just have to move the layout around if that's what's happened. That'll give you that'll give you like an introduction to the whole idea of it. all those channels come with basic. Yes, Jeanette. Everything you see here is basic. The only thing that's not basic is the AI. Okay. There are some different, so this is the major difference. I mean, that's what people usually take our premium service. They want to have access to the AI. A couple other differences. I don't know how many charts you like to have up and running. You can have 10 charts in standard and 20 in premium. It's probably not a big deal. And back testing. If you created your own strategy, you wanted to back test it to see how well it would have worked, you need our premium service. But most of our customers do not back test. Yeah, watch those 12 videos, okay? Jeanette, that at least that'll give you an idea about what the capabilities are. Well, let's see where the first alert was. I was going to take this over 11. So there was the first alert, VOR 1064, but unfortunately, when it hit over 11, I was on my break. But look at that, 1064, and ran up to 1282. Woohoo. Another one, not bad. It's been a little bit choppy, but the WVE 1229 again, it was on my break. 2025, 2075 now. And these scans, they do like I have them. Did ATMT ever open? Wow, an all-day halt. All-day halt. Acquisition surges after deal approval. Nasdaq halts the stock after an update late Monday about the special purpose merger with insurance brokerage HCYC. Well, let me see how this traded right off the bat. I mean, I have to go back on the 5-minute chart. Oh, wait a minute. I don't have to. This is at 7:05. Just trying to see what happened at 4 o'clock. Okay, right here. So at 4 o'clock, this is when, well, yeah, I mean, it opened at 80. I mean, this happened actually after hours. This is after hours that the merger was announced. So hopefully nobody chased it at 80. But before it did that, this is all after hours, okay? It was a $15 stock. And then they made the announcement of who they're merging with, all the way up to 100. Crazy. Well, hopefully you've heard me speak at length about the wave. Okay, you can use the wave as a bit of a guide. Okay, I mean it's not infallible, but let's take a look at EHTH just as an example, or I'm sorry, ETHT. So you got in at 43. So let me back this out a bit. So right here, you got in right here. See, if you've been using the wave, the 5 minute wave, you would still be in this trade, still be in it. You know, I would have taken some off here as it pulled in and then consolidated, but there was no reason to get out of anything until maybe up here. And then you can get out some and then hold on as it's consolidating. And you never know, it may pop. So that's why I'm saying, you know, you can use the wave to as a bit of a pictorial guide on a 2 minute, almost the same thing. I mean, look, ride the wave, ride the wave, ride the wave. Okay. You try it. I mean, it's not infallible, but I would, you know, I would practice using the wave. Not a matter of seeing a buy flag or a sell flag. Okay. If you got into the trade here, you know, and because it made sense for you to do it, and then you just ride that wave. You could take some out. Yeah. I mean, this has been pretty, you know, steadily up. You know, when you get that red candle, you know, piercing the top of the wave. I mean, the most ideal situation is that it's a fairly narrow wave up, and the bottom of the candles are just touching the top because it just means it hasn't gone totally parabolic. Okay, especially if the wave is narrow like that, as opposed to widening and then narrowing and then widening and narrowing. If that makes sense. This is just, you know, this is something for you to take a look at it and to see what you think. Okay, there's no video on this that's going to tell you, well, this is what you absolutely should do. This is just what I've discovered over using this for 2 or 3 months. But yeah, you could still be in this trade if you follow the wave. You could still be in the trade. You know, I mean, right now it's just consolidating. I mean, yeah, you need those sell flag, buy flag, sell. That's what consolidation really. You're going to, you know, because it's trying to make up its mind which way it wants to go. Well, just happy or fin fan, just try it. It's just visual, that's all. Wow. WVE guys. So nice continuation after getting a little thump down earlier on because of the financing that I could never find, but I do trust that they did a financing around 4 o'clock or something yesterday afternoon of some sort. Well, that's the problem, Happy. Are you know, you're not unlike, I mean, I wouldn't say I was quite like that, but you know, on any little downturn, especially if I've done, you know, if I've done fairly well, I would before I'd be out of the entire trade. Now I take some off, but it gives me the confidence to ride the wave until it transitions to the orange color. I mean, my trading has really changed since I've been using this. I only use the wave intraday. I don't use it. But if you're a swing trader, you can also use the wave. Put it on your daily, weekly, monthly chart just to see what's happening. You can do that also. So Obi, again, no pressure, but what are you planning to do when I leave? Are you going to pack it up also? In which case, I'll just shut down. Or are you going to extend the room after I leave a little bit anyway? It's up to you, of course. I don't know if you answered that before. He's off today. I think he's off. He said he's off to visit grandchild, new grandchild. Yeah. Okay. And Obi, understand. There's no pressure. None. Zero to keep this room open after I leave. What do I think of OCG? Let's see what it's pulled back to. Yeah, I mean it's well, I right now you see, I have to admit, using the wave on the cheaper, lower float stocks, they're not as nice in my opinion because you get a lot more volatility. You see how you get big tall candles, candles breaking down below the wave and all that. So for me, it's a little more of a challenge using the wave, but right now I wouldn't take it anyway because it's for me it's just too extended. Now I hate saying that because I mean this thing could pop another $2 just like that, but for me I can't take the trade because it's just too extended. I would have obviously down back in this area here, at the beginning of the start of this move, but I can't. I'm not going to take the trade now. Yeah, no, he answered me. Dwayne, he answered me in a private message. Yeah, I don't know if OCG is even available then at Interactive Brokers. No shorts available, but I'm sure I could trade it if I wanted to. There's another one I think with absolutely no news, low float, no news. Oh, I can't say that because I mean there's nothing I want to buy right now. Okay, you're asking me, if somebody put proverbial gun to my head, and but I don't look at it that way because then I don't want you to buy it just because. But I'm basically winding down now mentally. Okay, okay, because I'm going to be probably leaving fairly soon, so I'm not looking. I mean, Wave looks. I mean, if ever pulled back a little, WVE ever pulled back just a little bit, or based just a little over 21 instead of running off it, that would be something I probably wouldn't mind taking a look at because it still has a ton of room. Looking left, a lot of analysts piling into this with big price targets. This is why I mentioned in the pre-market and we should watch it. But it dropped. And I thought, well, I guess that's it. If I saw something new in this window, like something a stock that has not showed up before, which in theory it would have to be because this is a don't repeat. I might take a look at it, but the last time that happened was at 138 for the space. But it's these are ATMV. I don't think it's shortable anyway. Not available for me to short at Interactive Brokers. I actually did take a look at it. The 10 break. But then I quickly looked, and Interactive Brokers telling me no shorts available immediately. But it would have been an awesome short. I would have waited for the break of 10. There it is, 10:09 right there. That was where the alert was. I mean, and this got down to almost $1 underneath that. So I would have waited if I'd had shorts available, waited for the 10 break, and then taken a flyer at it. So this is just getting so beaten up. Space to repurchase $355 million of convertible notes. Shares fall. This is interesting, maybe. GDS. Above yesterday's high, of course. Actually, it's not bad. I mean, interesting. $38 is the next high, 38.62. So over $2 to the next high in the weekly chart. I don't know where the next high would be on the daily. It's sort of interesting. GDS, little buy flag there after the sell flag. Spread is not terrible, 22, 27. All right, guys, it's 1:54. So let me know, Obi. LGHL, yeah, halted on the way up. So on the weekly chart, last week's high was 771. So there's room based on last week's high. On the daily chart, though, yeah, the next high is 669. So there's a little bit of room because it all depends on where it's going to open. So there is the halt price, 638. This is trying to tell you where it could open, this column. This is from Interactive Brokers. The blue window you see here is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. Nothing. I'm in sales from Interactive Brokers. Alt price for LGHL, and then the column trying to show you a little glimpse into the future as to where it could open. All right, so Obi says he will keep the room open to say a minimum of 3, a maximum of 3:30. Okay, thank you, Obi. So I'm going to be leaving, and again, I'll always say later if you have questions for me, but I'll be taking off, around the 2 o'clock mark. But I will hang around if there are some questions. But Obi will keep the room open again between 3 to 3:30. Thank you, Obi. You know, now that the holiday season is approaching and you're looking for a gift and you want to give either yourself or maybe somebody, I'll call them headphones. I cannot emphasize more how great these Soundcore, they're called Above Ear or something like that. I think they're called AeroFit Above Ear, the Soundcore. You know, and this is coming from somebody who since 2006, 15 has probably tried all the different types of headsets. And by far, these are the most comfortable I've ever had in my life, by far. So if you're looking, and they're not expensive. I've got the expensive Sony over the ear ones, you know, but they just clamp too much. Can't wear them for 6 hours. Uh, ones that stick in your ear, could not wear them. I thought the AirPads or the AirPads, whatever they're called, AirPods, the ones that kind of hang in the ear, they weren't bad, but even they started to bug me after a while. And then these ones, wear them all day. Plus, the charge lasts 10 hours. Okay, I mean, you know, you put it back, the charging case is 40 hours, but the charge itself is 10 hours. It's awesome. So if you're looking for a nice gift, I know I don't work for Soundcore. And the sound is excellent. You're not I didn't find you sacrificed anything. Open air, that's what it's called, yeah. They're just more expensive, though. I'm sure they're way more expensive than the Soundcore, you know, because it's Bose. Believe me, I was skeptical. And you know, when you buy, at least at Best Buy, you cannot return a headset. So I bought these from Amazon, which do allow you to return them if you didn't like them, and I couldn't believe it. Probably US dollars right now on sale. I don't know, $50, 50, $60 maybe on sale. I mean, it's amazing. But yeah, this open air concept is so great. Meanwhile, WVE. I mean, this could have another continuation tomorrow. It's got the room. It's got all. Well, here is the next high looking at that. Oh, are you the person who asked about how to get the support and resistance lines? Are you still here? Sort of. While I was on my break, somebody asked about that. Are you still around? I apologize. I don't know where the question probably was in the general market talk. It was probably at least an hour ago. Oh, was that you, Stephen? Okay, so this is something. Hopefully, in the next build, I'm using a development version of it. It used to be available, and then there was a bug, not in the development version, but there's nothing to add. Okay, I mean, it hopefully in the next build that is available to you guys. Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, should be in our YouTube room tomorrow between 12 and 1. I know he was talking about the next build last week. So, so there's nothing for you to add, okay? It'll just appear automatically. And that red line just shows you where the next high is on a daily chart. So if I expanded this daily chart, went way back, I can't even see it. I'll tell you, it would be in some month way back Wow. You know, it won't even matter. Yeah, like it would be this month right here of December of 2019. There was a daily high within that month. I mean, that's 6 years ago. Who cares, right? So that is not going to be any resistance at all. But it's not an option. In other words, it's nothing you had to activate. At least I don't think so. Maybe uh, eventually, probably have to do it here, display resistance and support. But that was the bug. Okay. So hopefully in the bill that's coming out, you'll have access to it. Okay, guys, 2:02. So I think I will take off. So again, thanks for all the help all day long. It was much appreciated. For those of you who are in YouTube right now, if you want to head over to the main room, which will be open between 3 to 3:30. It's let's see, let me find it for you, Dave. And I'll rave about it. I mean, you're talking to somebody who's on a headset 6 to 7 hours a day for 10 years. Not the weekends, okay, but you know what I mean. So just give me a moment. Yeah, so they're not well, they're on sale in Canada right now, but this is the link. I think I can just give you this. They're called Soundcore AeroFit 2. Okay, I actually picked up another pair just a week ago, but they're called Soundcore Aero. It's not going. It may not show everything here, but I'll just type it in. Soundcore AeroFit 2. Okay, that's what they are. In Canada right now, 129, but I picked them up last week for 79, so they were on sale. I just wanted another pair. And I'll be stunned if you didn't like them. Okay, guys, I think that's it. So again, for those of you in YouTube, you want to still talk trading and stuff. 70 in the US. Okay. So that was even cheaper last week for me in Canada because 79 Canadian is less than 70. Well, the link did work. Okay. So if you click, for those of you in YouTube, if you click on my homepage link and you want to head over to the main room, just click on my homepage link. This is just for people in YouTube, okay? And scroll down, and here it is, the trading room. It's free. It is free. That's a Canadian. You're probably a USO, right, Dave? That was a Canadian. Yeah, that link is for Canada. It's just the Soundcore Aerofit 2. That's all you really need to know. Okay, guys. So for those of you in YouTube, I do have to shut YouTube down, okay? So the other room will be open between 3 and 3:30. I'm muting myself now. I'll keep my screen up though. So I'm muting myself now. Uh, Again, thanks for all the help. Tomorrow, the room, Obi will open the main room at 6:45 Eastern Time, and I'll open YouTube at 8:30, and I get on the mic at 9. So have a great evening, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow. And I have to shut down YouTube now